Okay, we are going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, January 6th, 2026. It is 10:03 a.m. We are in person at 113 West Columbia Avenue, otherwise known as Rebecca Hall, and online as well. First item on the agenda is a call to order. And to my right,
Maria.
Maria, present.
Ellen 11. Me and she.
and we also have on Zoom
Kristen Permakoff.
And Dan Enright.
and Ashley Von Sprecken. That brings us to agenda item number 1, presentations. 1A, the State of the Town address. The state of the town is ongoing disruption. Good morning, members of the Town Council, community leaders, business owners, neighbors, staff, and friends. This is probably the most somber State of the Town address that anyone has given since COVID first hit. Unfortunately, this winter has just brought real challenges to our community, and it's important to speak about them directly and honestly. Telluride remains one of the most distinctive and resilient mountain communities in the world. We are a year-round destination with a strong identity, a deeply engaged and passionate community with a long history of adapting to change. At the same time, we are experiencing an unprecedented situation with the closure and subsequent limited reopening of the ski resort following a labor dispute between Ski Patrol and resort ownership. This situation has real impacts, both immediate and long-lasting for many in our community. Those impacts are personal, economic, stressful, and extremely dire. It's important to acknowledge the seriousness of this moment. Workers, businesses, families, and visitors are all feeling the uncertainty, and that deserves recognition. At the same time, acknowledging the challenge does not mean losing sight of who we are as a community or where we are headed. The town's role during this period is clear. We do not intervene in private labor negotiations. Instead, we focus on what we can and must do: support community stability, ensure public safety, provide clear and accurate information, and help maintain confidence in the long-term health of Telluride. To that end, I want to share several core messages. We encourage meaningful dialogue. This situation places significant pressure on everyone involved. We recognize that both Ski Patrol and resort leadership are working through complex issues and difficult decisions, and that finding common ground is not easy. While this remains a labor matter between employer and employees, the town supports constructive dialogue and, where appropriate, will continue to offer support that encourages communication and a path forward focused on safety, stability, and long-term community health. We all need to do our best to support one another. We are supporting local businesses and residents. The town has been actively coordinating with economic partners, social service providers, and regional stakeholders to monitor impacts, share timely information, and explore responsive strategies. Our priority is to ensure that residents, workers, and businesses have access to resources, clear communications, and support during this period of uncertainty. And Telluride is resilient. Our community has never been defined by a single season, a single business, or a single challenge. Telluride's strength comes from cooperation, endurance, and a deep sense of community, qualities that have carried us through economic shifts, natural events, and periods of change in the past. Those same qualities continue to guide us today. And we look ahead together. While we cannot predict exactly how long this situation will last, we can reaffirm our shared long-term vision of thriving, inclusive, and sustainable Telluride, where residents can live and work, businesses can succeed, and visitors can feel welcome. This year has reinforced the importance of adaptability and perseverance, and it has reminded us of the value of working together. This moment calls for empathy, steadiness, and level-headed leadership. As mayor, I will continue to work tirelessly with council, town staff, business leaders, and residents to navigate this period thoughtfully and transparently. with a focus on collective well-being and the long-term health of our community. Someday, there will be the need to reflect on this scenario and learn from it. But right now, we need to act. We will get through this, not by overlooking the challenges, but by facing them together, grounded in the values that make Telluride the place we all care so deeply about. We will survive. That brings us to agenda item 1B, and I'm going to hand it off to Zoe for the update on town services and community support during the temporary ski resort limited operation.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. Obviously, we had a memo in the December 31st packet. Given the rapidly evolving nature of these labor disputes, I have an update for you all that I'd like to concentrate on during this discussion. I really want to make it clear and give context that this situation is dynamic and compounding. So each additional day of resort closure has a compounding effect on the local economy. While the early impacts were initially concentrated around visitor uncertainty and short-term cancellations, the effects are now directly impacting frontline workers, small businesses, and essential service providers. This is no longer a future risk, and the impacts are here. So several local businesses have communicated concrete plans to reduce operating hours, reduce staff shifts and lay off employees, pause or eliminate employee benefits, delay vendor payments, and pause seasonal hiring. If there is not a resolution in the coming week, the community is at risk for entering an economic crisis stage characterized by layoffs and possibility of temporary and in some cases permanent business closures. And we all know that this is reality, and I appreciate you saying that during your statement as well, Teddy. Recent lodging data confirms the impacts of the strike and closure are now clearly distinguishable from other factors such as snow conditions and regional travel patterns. I appreciate, and I think Kira and both Matt are on, should we have any direct questions for them. But key findings from destination lodging data as of January 5th, Telluride and Mountain Village bookings have declined 41% over the past month compared to a 6.3% decline in comparable Colorado and Utah destinations during the same time period. Bookings were down 56% just over this last week alone, reflecting an accelerating impacts of uncertainty as it persists. Winter destination occupancy has dropped 8 percentage points overall, with December and January showing the most significant losses at 12% and 15% year over year, respectively. February and March are currently holding closer to prior year levels, but more than 40% of February and approximately 65% of March inventory has yet to book, making the next week, 2 weeks critical. Losses during this window will cause us to enter into a new stage of this endeavor. These trends demonstrate that while early season performance appeared relatively resilient, continued closure is now materially undermining forward bookings, particularly for the core spring break and late winter period. Going for air access and visitor flow. So air passage data from MTJ and TEX airports shows similar patterns. So holiday period traffic softened modestly at first. Forward-looking passenger volumes for January have declined more sharply, and February and March are holding on for now, but remain highly vulnerable to further erosion if normal operations are not restored imminently. These indicators reinforce that the next 1 to 2 weeks represent a critical inflection point for the remainder of the winter season. Community and workforce impacts. As I mentioned earlier, the cumulative effect of declining bookings, reduced visitation, and ongoing uncertainty is directly affecting our businesses. So the town's role and response, as I outlined in the original memo, the town is not party to the labor negotiations. However, town staff and elected officials are actively engaged in monitoring the economic indicators daily, coordinating with our regional partners, including the Town of Mountain Village, TMVOA, the county, and the foundation, and promoting available support resources to resident workers and businesses. We are also evaluating potential targeted relief mechanisms within the town's legal and financial authority. I provided council an update, which is this piece of paper here of the regional community support resources for individuals and workers, as well as businesses. Our communications manager will get this out for all of our partners that I mentioned previously to use as a single source of support for that. So the immediate individual and housing support. The town is actively utilizing the Good Neighbor Fund as a primary mechanism for rent and emergency relief for residents impacted by the closure to ensure a long-term viability of this critical community resource. The town is going to look to reimburse the Good Neighbor Fund for any rent relief provided to residents living in town-owned properties, and this will be utilized through the Affordable Housing Fund. This approach ensures the Good Neighbor Fund resources are not depleted prematurely due to impacts within the town managed housing. However, again, our partners being Town of Mountain Village, the foundation, the county, and us, the town, really want to simplify the relief application process and ensure a single source of application relief. I'm very happy to say that the foundation has simplified that application and also added some critical changes. Those critical changes include anyone who live in San Miguel County, Ouray County, West End of Montrose, or Rico can demonstrate residency for 1 year or in the region beginning no later than December 5th, 2025, are eligible to apply. The maximum grant amount has now been increased to $2,500. And as this continues, right now it is simply a one-time relief application, but if needed, they may open it up for people to apply multiple times. So we will continue to be dynamic in that. For those that do not qualify under the Good Neighbor Fund for specific reasons, the Unitas Fund is available for immigrant households working in the Telluride region or with children enrolled in the R1 school district as well. So this strategy allows the town to provide immediate assistance while preserving the fund's capacity and serve the broader community. Any questions or comments on that before I move on? Yeah, Elena.
Do we know, like what the reserves in the Good Neighbor Fund are like?
So it is, I am so proud of this community. So at the beginning of, I think it was last week, I think they had $100,000. Now it's over $500,000, I believe.
Wow.
And I think the other entities have potentially committed additional funds for the Good Neighbor Fund. And like I said, I think the towns will also look to contribute in their ways as well. And we will continue conversations with the foundation, and if the town needs to step up and provide additional financial support, we will consider that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, Ashley.
Hold
has a
on, Ash-
question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ashley.
Oh, I was just, thanks. I didn't want to interrupt. But I guess my question was, I want people to, I know that you said that they've changed the application for the Good Neighbor Fund, but I just want to make sure that like people know how to apply for that and where to apply for that. And that like, if I want like our, all of our people that live in our housing, I want them to know that that's the resource that they need to go to, and to, clarify for the public that, we're not looking to evict a bunch of people or, put people into really terrible situations. I just want people to kind of hear that, this is the path that we're going to do and how they're going to do it. And then make sure that like we reassure people that there's not going to be a wave of, evictions if people fall behind on their rent as a result of the economic issues that we're seeing.
No, I really appreciate that, Ashley. So for the larger community, Lindsay will be pushing out these resources specifically to the Good Neighbor Fund. And then I've also spoken with our community services team, and we will be issuing a communication to all of our residents on the Good Neighbor Fund, and also on some people had concerns of not being able to meet their hour requirements. So we will assure them that this will be an administrative exception should they prove hardship of meeting those hours under these circumstances. So reaffirming those 2 points to our residents as well.
And just a quick note, you can go on TellurideFoundation.org to find the Good Neighbor Fund. You dig through their resources a little bit, or you can use a short link. It's bit.ly. Bit.ly is our platform for short linking, and it's /Good Neighbor Fund.
Great.
Thank you for that. Okay, now on to, you any more questions?
Nope.
Sorry. Okay, great. Business support, realities and constraints. So support for our local businesses presents a significantly more complex challenge. It's important to be clear and transparent about these realities. The town, even in partnership with regional organizations, cannot make whole any business impacted by the labor dispute or resort closure. Any business relief that may be offered would be limited in scope, constrained by available collective resources, and intended only to provide modest, targeted assistance. Broad or blanketed relief programs are not feasible, and any support would require careful definition of eligibility, criteria, and caps. The town is coordinating closely with our regional partners, including the Town of Mountain Village, Team VOA, and the foundation to explore whether targeted business relief options are appropriate and achievable. So if council wishes to continue exploring business relief, I'd like to open up that for discussion. We need to determine what type of model for a business relief program, define eligible criteria, including how losses attributed specifically to labor dispute or closures would be identified, the estimation of the number of eligible businesses, and establish a clear cap on assistance, and determine that will help determine the total funding required to ensure equitable distribution of defined limits. And then we'd have to identify the funding sources, which, to be very clear, would require reprioritization of the town's adopted budget and an understanding of associated trade-offs and impacts. We look to align with the Town of Mountain Village where possible to ensure consistency and avoid fragmented and inequitable approaches. And we would utilize the Telluride Foundation, similar to the Good Neighbor Fund, as the administrative arm for any potential programming, leveraging its experience with confidential applications, grant administration, and fund distribution. So just to highlight that a little bit clearly, when looking at if we were to discuss a business relief for any town business that is brick and mortar in our town, that could be real estate or lodging or anything along those lines. Just pulling from our business license data, that's about just under 600 business licenses that identify as brick and mortar in town of Telluride. If we focus specifically on simply restaurants and retail, that's over, it's about 120 businesses. So if we look at a relief of up to a 10,000 cap, you can kind of start looking at what that math means. For the town, pulling from our resources, it would most likely look at our capital reserve fund or our lodging fund. Obviously, during this time, I don't think we would want to take any money from our lodging fund because that's what goes toward our marketing efforts. And the capital reserve is obviously what we're utilizing for our bigger capital expenses into the future. But we can look at those considerations through this conversation. And that is what I have for that update. And now I can open it for more questions or discussion.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. First, we'll open it up to any questions for Zoe from council. And then, we do also want to hear from the businesses if you have something to say. So we will get to you after that. But any questions or thoughts from council to Zoe?
I'll start. I think the first thing that I do want to ensure is that we are aligning specifically with Mountain Village so that this is easy for all of our businesses, that there is one process and one set of protocols for them to be able to apply. There are some businesses that have multiple spaces both here and in Mountain Village, and I want to make this easy for them to deal with. So I know that Mountain Village is having a special meeting tomorrow
At 6 p.m.
at 6. I would like us to join that meeting so that way we can move this along as quickly as possible and get the answers to the businesses that they, I think, are at this point desperately in need of. If council is okay with that. And then I have some other thoughts.
Yep.
You're okay? Okay.
I'd have you notice a special meeting, which
Yeah.
we have time to do.
Sorry, that was why I was looked at you. Sorry, thanks, Deb.
We just need to see if the online council members could join as well.
Okay. I guess maybe Ashley, Kristen, Dan, can you thumbs up if you think that's a good idea?
I think it's a good idea. I'll try to be there. Yeah, I'm just on Zoom. I'll just have my iPad with me wherever I am tomorrow night.
I can try to attend as well. I do have a potential work conflict, but I think I can reschedule.
Okay,
I think I can join.
amazing. Thanks, guys. And then I think to the point as to like narrowing the scope of businesses that have been affected, I think, you know, from a first pass, like I think as far as brick and mortar goes, I think retail and restaurants are the ones that are going to feel the substantial immediate hit to their bottom line and to their ability to thrive through this. And so I want to ensure that we are focusing on those businesses. And then and I don't want to call you out specifically, Ashley, but I like look at you as like one of those weird anomalies that's not technically brick and mortar, but kind of brick and mortar. And so I want us to make sure that we're like kind of looping in other food and beverage outlets that maybe are not necessarily a traditional model. I think I would want more review to see if any service-based businesses are dramatically affected, but I do think the reality is it's the fixed cost that I'm most concerned about. And I think, you know, as somebody who has a service-based business, like those are things that can move around a little bit. Like you can lose revenue, but you can make it up in other areas and you don't have the sort of that larger nut that you have to cover regardless. And I can very much be convinced that I'm wrong. I can be wrong quite a bit. But I think right now, I think from a first step perspective, that's what I'd like us to focus on.
I'll add one thing to that. I think you have to look at short-term lodging properties as well, because they're the ones that, you know, from what I understand, have already implemented layoffs, and anything we can do to try to slow that process might be helpful as well.
Can I tag on to that really quickly? Sorry,
Sure.
I did mean to say that. I agree with Teddy. I also think that we have seen in the past couple of years, a number of our local short-term rental companies sell, sometimes to VC-backed organizations. And so I agree with that. I just want us to be very deliberate that we are supporting the businesses that are here. That do not have that additional revenue stream or funding behind them to be able to weather this storm. Our dollars are limited, and so I think we need to make sure that we're taking care of local businesses first.
Helena?
Yeah, I think, me and just to echo what you said, I think the brick and mortars are the businesses that have the consistent overhead. And whether it's, you know, rent or taking on inventory that you plan on paying for over time, like, I think that there is a real difference between that and a service-based business that doesn't necessarily have a brick and mortar that they need to support. So I agree with that. And I would almost say similarly with the short-term rentals, I kind of see it's not technically a brick and mortar, but I kind of see the structure that that as the overhead that we need to make sure that people are okay if they're planning on paying their mortgages with rental income. That is a real cost. So I think, you know, I think with the short-term rentals, there's kind of two parts to it. There's the management companies and there's the property owners. And, you know, I think it's reasonable to think that both sides of that industry might need aid. And I don't know how we want that to look. And I think it should be addressed a little bit differently than the traditional brick and mortars. But I don't want to leave them out of the conversation. And then the other thing I was going to say, I was thinking a lot about funding aid during COVID, and a lot of it, not a lot of it, but I remember some of the grants that were available were based off of past revenue. But I wonder if, you know, there's kind of that approach, or we could look at, do we base it off of expenses? I think that's kind of this like fundamental question when we kind of look to see how we allocate aid. Is it going to be based off of the income that these businesses usually would have during this time period, or are we basing it off of the expenses that they have to kind of cover that baseline? And I don't know the answer. I just have been wondering what approach we should take.
Yeah.
I think Elle and I both were in the middle of the COVID crisis,
Yeah.
and I think, you know, on two different kind of sides of it. two different types of businesses that were equally affected. I think that looking at expenses makes the most sense. I think we do have the Good Neighbor Fund that can cover some of the needs of the business owners, you know, similar to the way that we take care of the employees that are also going to be in need. So I would like to really kind of look at really covering expenses versus looking at top line revenue.
And add one other thing, if, you know, your specific industry, company, job isn't mentioned, don't look at that as a slight. You know, we understand that this could trickle down to some very small cleaning companies, for example, that are not brick and mortar, that may be impacted on the lack of turnovers of our visitors and things like that. So if we didn't mention you specifically, don't think that there's a shutout. There's just a long process for us to go through and figure out as best we can. And the other thing too is, which is hard for me to say, is, you know, unlike COVID, since it was brought up, you know, there's not a big pile of money that we have just to hand out. We're going to have to get extremely creative. Zoe touched on it, upon it a little bit. We're willing to get as creative as we need. Trust me in that. But that's the one big difference between this scenario and COVID. We have, I saw Ashley's hand up first online, and then we'll hear from Kristen next. Ashley?
Yeah, thanks. Me and, you know, hinted at it, but I'm a small business owner that makes a big portion of my business's income during the winter through the sleigh rides. And, you know, I had a meeting yesterday with a bunch of my staff to discuss kind of what our plan was and what we were looking at. And I can tell you from my perspective, obviously I don't represent every business owner in the region, but my perspective and what I'm experiencing, my biggest concern is not being able to pay people their wages, and or, you know, a good portion of my staff live off of a big portion of their income comes from tips. And that's not something that I can bridge in my business. That's not income that I ever receive. That's money that they get directly. So, you know, my concerns are you know, how am I going to pay my employees, and am I going to keep them here to work for me? One of my wranglers comes from Delta. I don't know if she would even qualify for the Good Neighbor Fund because she lives in Delta, and comes up here to work. So, I know that a lot of businesses, obviously, like you're talking about, the brick and mortars are going to be really concerned about large rent payments that they have come due. Everyone just paid their rent at the beginning of the month, by and large. And so that's a big number that a lot of people had to swallow, now looking at potentially really, really low incomes going forward. You know, I would say this is going to be a really hard conversation because the amount of money that's been sucked out of our economic system in Telluride, we can't even, you know, make a percentage point with what we could give from the town. And that's probably going to be the hardest, is, you know, while obviously we're by and large a wealthier community, we just don't have those kind of reserves. You know, even small businesses like mine are looking at losses in the tens of thousands of dollars, and it's going to be tough. I appreciate that we're having the conversation and that we're going to look to see if we can get some solutions, but I don't know if this is a problem that we can necessarily solve. And I think that it's going to be really tough for a lot of businesses. So, like I said, I think as a business owner, my biggest concern is making sure that I can pay my staff so that they can continue to pay their bills and be able to come back to work when we do pick up again. So I just want to throw that into the conversation.
And if I
Great, Ashley, thank you. Zoe?
just super quickly, just a couple points. So for the Good Neighbor Fund, all the changes are retroactive starting January 1st. So if there is any hardships, they can apply to that Good Neighbor Fund starting at that point. The resource guide that we'll provide will also share other levers for lost wages, such as unemployment and things like that. And I will just continue to reiterate the realities of what you said. in no way can the town make whole the impact of the labor dispute. And I think that cannot be the challenge we're trying to solve, because we do not have the resources. It would take millions upon millions of dollars to do that for our community. So I think it's narrowing what the goal of this is, beyond that hope. Because I think the only thing that can do that at this point is a resolution to that dispute.
Great. Thank you for that addition, Zoe. We will now hear from Kristen.
Hi, guys. Thank you. To tag along to what Zoe was just saying, my hope is for a swift resolution. I think for right now, if we can keep it broad and, look at the large rent payments, lost wages for employees, need-based, timeline-based, what businesses were hit the most by the loss of revenue for New Year's week. Sometimes January is a slower period, what people, prioritize in a way, but for now, keep it more broad, because hopefully the small group of people who's affecting the larger group of all of us can make a deal and they can compromise. And, there are a lot of ways they can do that. And so that's my hope, is that they're going to come to a resolution soon. They got in, like Zoe said, 2 weeks is going to say a lot for the rest of the season. I'm a ski instructor, large chunk of my income for the whole year, I just lost last week. So I get it. I'm in there. So yeah, that's all I want to say for now, but thanks everyone for your thoughts, and my heart goes out to everyone out there.
Can I just make one quick, I just got a text message and I just want to clarify something. The foundation wanted me to clarify that if a person works in the foundation's service area, they do qualify for the Good Neighbor Fund. So if, for your example, Ashley, like a wrangler that lives in Delta but is working within our geographical confines, they will be able to access these funds.
And that employment in the region begins no later than December 15th. So it's very recent.
And the one thing I'll add to that, just so, people in the room and people online listening know, is that just as Kristen said, we hope that resolution comes as quickly as possible. But we also realize, there's already a certain level of damage that's done that we're going to have to help with. And there's no magic bullet to fix that. So we just don't know exactly how severe the impacts will be. So we'll start where we can, but it's not like, don't worry that if this is settled, we just go,
No.
and back into the, back to business as usual. We do understand that regardless, there's a significant impact on everybody in the community. We haven't heard from Maria or Dan, and would like to give you the opportunity to say something if you like. You certainly don't have to. And then once we get through, if either of you have comments, great. If not, we'll hear from the public.
Nothing of substance to add at this time. Sorry, Maria, go ahead.
Same, Dan. Nothing. Everybody's covered what I would have to say.
Okay, great. What we'll do now is if anyone, has something to share, that's important. We know that the businesses are in a tough position and have felt kind of without a voice. And so, we want to give you that opportunity if you have something to say. We're going to limit it to 2 minutes, and we want to make sure that we stay away from, personal attacks, and try to do it more for us so we can understand more to help us as we come up with our plans and how we will support you. So if you'd like to speak, we're going to have to make you go to a microphone so everyone hears you. There's no, you don't have to either, but just want to give everyone that opportunity. Lolly? Or
I'll be brief too.
okay.
This is Roscoe Kane, Florida Saloon. I noticed that we approved a 5% increase on sewer and water, and I thought that maybe just delaying that 5% increase might be a little help. I know it's a scratch, but anything helps, I think, at this time.
Great. We'll make a note of that, and we're going to look into everything. Trust me. Lolly, come on up.
Hi, thank you guys. I would just ask if and when possible, just transparency around what that capital reserve fund is for us, and how you allocate that. And obviously that may have been shared in different moments, but I think the pertinence of what's going on now would be helpful as businesses to have an idea of how you guys are discussing that amount, at what amount, and how the ratio is going, because it feels very ambiguous right now, which also creates like anxiety as business owners.
I'm happy to reply. Well, hold on, Lolly, because I don't quite understand your question. And Tiffany, is Kaylee on? So if your question is how we're structuring the program and wanting more information on that, we don't have that information right now. So the next steps, as Mian mentioned, is we'll have a joint session with Mountain Village in this discussion of what a program could potentially look like. If you're asking what the capital reserve fund is just right now and what that use is for. So obviously we have a lot of capital projects, large capital projects coming down the pipeline, such as the new wastewater treatment plant, the gondola, and other important community infrastructure that we have been reserving money for. And so that we would potentially tap into that fund for this potentially, but obviously there's big give and takes in that for us to consider. And the amount, I'll ask Kaylee to iterate the amount.
Yeah, we're projecting ending 2025 with about a $4 million fund balance. And then our 2026 budget, the ending fund balance is $6.2 million in that capital reserve fund.
But in no way could we deplete that for a sole purpose. It still has to serve the purpose that it has as well.
Okay, so the total is 4 million
Mhm.
and there's allocation being done on a percentage level to these various things. But this being like the most pertinent issue at hand, there'd be a consideration for a percentage of that to go to.
That's what we would
Yeah,
discuss.
I
Yeah.
think, just hearing those numbers from you guys is helpful because I feel like sometimes too, what's been going on is there's a lot of numbers and things being thrown around outside of this room. So it's just nice to hear
Yeah.
where that came from. Thank you.
Of course.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comments?
Hi, thank you guys. It's Khaki. If you can't see me on the screen. Thank you for this morning. A little bit of what Roscoe was saying, I just kind of want to explain, and I think it was a really incredible point, and for something for you guys to consider is a lot of businesses over the last 15 years have pushed to purchase their spaces. And with this extra increase, in the 80s, there was an amendment for commercial spaces, and we pay a lot more for sewer and water. So that point that he brought up is a really big one because we pay so much more being in a commercial space. If you don't know that amendment, please go look at it. But it's a tiny 5-gallon tank costs more than an entire house in Telluride. So, I mean, that's the reality of the numbers of that, which is a big number. And the other thing that I want you guys to maybe consider is leaning on the community for funds for this. We have a lot of people that do care about the businesses here. And maybe in the same way that Zoe was talking about for housing, people would step up for businesses in general. I think that we are really lucky in that. I've seen that in the 2008 downturn, and I saw it in COVID from our community. Other than the current divisiveness that's going on in town, there are people that really do believe in this community. So I'd encourage you guys to explore that avenue. And the closing remark, I'm at 2.
Nope.
I'll just say, vendors' invoices for retailers are sometimes as much as a car. So
Yep.
that is a lot to stomach for businesses. Thank you guys so much.
Jackie, thank you for those points.
And Teddy, just super quickly on that, that is another benefit of us partnering with the foundation, CACI, for distributing these funds to utilize some of their arms in that community support way as well.
Lauren Woodward and my husband Scott's here. We own Camel's Garden, Creekside Affordable Housing. And I know that I represent one of the bigger businesses in this community, so I'm impacted differently. But this is my community. I was born and raised here. I'm a native, and I understand how difficult this situation is for all of you, but it's not good enough, you guys. And that's how we all feel. It is alarming how much decisions you have to make, how many questions you have, how you have no plan for the future. It's alarming. And we are all deeply concerned, and it's just not good enough. And I think we're tired of hearing about Ski Patrol versus Chuck. There's no negotiating with them. They're doing their thing. So we're sort of tired about hearing about how there's going to be a hero that resolves that. You guys took an oath to us, and we all need the response and the energy to us now. And I know it's unprecedented times and you're all doing your best, but I'm just telling you that overall, I know that I speak for every single person in here. It's just not good enough right now. And we're really, really hopeful that you guys can like turn it up a little bit, but we are all terrified and there is no covering the nut. This is not COVID. This is not down 30%, it's down 80. So thank you, but just know we're all here and we're all trying to be patient, but we're all very terrified and very frustrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Anybody else in the room like to speak?
Chris Thompson, the National. Yeah, I'm worried like the rest of us, you know. I know all of you guys are worried. I'm lucky enough to grow up here. Proud to tell people that I'm from here. I just want to know what our plan is when we do open back up to repair this, you know, irreparable damage that's being done to our image here as a community. And, you know, Telluride's rolled up the red carpet. How do we address that? How do we continue to stay on as a premier destination resort, premier place to raise a family, premier place to own a business, you know? You guys can't interject in the dispute, but what's our plan when this dispute's over to restore our image? That's my question to the council today.
Great, thank you.
I'll respond to that. Quickly, we have an incredible tourism board. We have incredible marketing professionals that serve this community day in and day out. Without the support of some of the people that should be supporting those entities the most, I fully intend at that point, you know, and in these conversations to call for us to reallocate further funds to do so. But it is going to take a village, as it takes for any to come through any crisis. And we are also going to ask our businesses to help us in ensuring that we are able to feature and focus on what your needs are and bring the community that loves us from outside of this community back to celebrate and enjoy the town that we all think is really special. But it will be a full press marketing effort to bring everybody back in. There's no doubt about that. And I'm going to speak both as a council person and as the president of that board. We are already talking about it. We know we need to do it. We don't know which tact we're going to take. There's 20 different avenues that we could take based on what's going on right now. And so sharing every permutation with you all is not going to be helpful. It's going to scare you and concern you more, confuse you a lot more. But we are looking at every single option so that way we can get people back in your businesses as soon as humanly possible.
And to add to that, you know, it's a different community for sure, but you know, certainly I can say that Zoe, Lindsay, and others have been in direct contact with Park City and what their impacts were in the long term. And, you know, although I'm not directly in those conversations, I do know that they were, the business did slowly come back, which is a good sign. The disheartening thing is the sense of community did not come back. And so, we've got a bunch of things that we're going to have to repair when that time comes, because those are all pieces of the puzzle of what makes Telluride so special. And when we do get those guests back, boy, we're all going to have to work tirelessly to prove that we haven't lost what makes us special. Anyone left in the room before I open up to online comments?
Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin from Disco Swell Custom Hats. I'm sorry, my voice is shaking. My heart is like pounding from just hearing all the hardships we're all dealing with right now. And I just wanted to ask in these next 2 weeks, because I'm still trying to stay positive, of if there is a resolution that comes between Ski Patrol and Chuck in these next 2 weeks. I do think that bookings will be rebooked and a turnaround can possibly happen. Obviously, like the loss and every impact we're feeling it now, we're going to feel it for the rest of the season, but maybe we can lessen the damage. Is there an ask of us small business owners from you guys? Is there anything more we can do to pressure a resolution? I know that as small business owners, we did submit both a letter to Ski Patrol and also to Telski, asking for a prompt resolution as possible. So I'm just not sure if there's anything more we can be doing right now. And then my second is more so a suggestion. Chris, I really liked what you brought up about reinstilling the confidence of people in Telluride and the experience that we'll have. So maybe just an idea is, as we put out that campaign and PR to not necessarily rebrand, but instill that confidence, maybe us small business owners can be part of that. And maybe it's videos about our businesses in Telluride that create the soul and the heart here. And yeah, so I'm hoping for the best. And I really hope everyone's going to get through this really challenging time. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional. So trying to be positive, obviously, but if you have an ask of us, just know we're also all here. And if we can participate and help you guys, we want to do that. So that's all.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment before I open up online comments? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room. And Tiffany, if there's anyone's hands raised, just a reminder, you've got 2 minutes. We want to hear from as many people as possible. Just a reminder. And thanks everyone I know it's not easy for the people in the room to speak, and we really appreciate that because we need to hear everything. And we'll go to online comments. Dan, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Dan Jansen here, and I have to out my niece there, Caitlin. It's just tears my heart out to see she came here to start a small business, and she's very worried, in case you can't tell. But I live in Mountain Village. My wife and I own a business on Main Street. As a recovering elected official, people often ask me, who do you support? Which I think is the wrong question. I support both sides. I want Patrol to get a fair wage. I want the ski company to be well-run and profitable. But forget those groups. I cared a lot more about the community, and we're being impacted. I still don't know why we had to time this strike during the busiest 2 weeks of the year, because small businesses like my wife's, we don't have a strike fund. We don't have a GoFundMe. And this is going to last a long time. These cancellations we're experiencing, we had 3 groups of friends canceled and they booked elsewhere. So I don't think they're coming back, at least this season. We hope next year. The brand damage is significant. And so rather than complaining, I'd like to propose a solution, right? The last economic shift impact we had in the region was COVID. At that time, our county did a wonderful job managing the health aspect of it. but we learned that nobody's really focused on the economic impacts. I was chair of the tourism board, the chair of the Flight Alliance, the Economic Recovery Committee. This isn't a Telluride issue. This isn't a Mountain Village issue. I'd encourage you to think about something like the ERC, have representatives from each sector, each government, the tourism board, and others. And rather than you guys coming up with solutions, that group during COVID came up with solutions and brought them to you that fit their needs. Because the hole here is millions of dollars deep. And I hope you consider something more regional. I love what you're doing. I'm going to go to the Mountain Village meeting, but this is a regional challenge and we need a regional response.
Dan, did you have anything else to add? I want to make sure you wrapped it up in that 2 minutes. We don't want to make it a hard cut. So if you have anything to else add on a constructive solution.
Teddy, I used to be mayor. You don't want to give me an open mic.
Yeah.
I think I made my point. And I'm happy to sit down with anybody offline of what we learned doing the ERC during COVID. I think the model is relevant. Several people have asked about what's the plan. I hate to put it on you. You guys got jobs, right? Let's form a group. We met weekly. We came up with solutions. We brought them to governments. I'd encourage you to consider something like that.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. Tiffany, who do you have up next?
Madeline, you're unmuted.
Hi. Let me get my thing up. Okay. Hi, I just, as someone who has a short-term rental license, I'm wondering if there can be any adjustment to that. I've got 2 bookings for the whole winter season. That's all. And so I'm another part of the economy that's being affected by what's going on with the ski company and they strike. So just wondering if the short-term rental people can get a little break on our license fees. Thank you.
Madeline, thank you so much. And you know, not to repeat myself, but we'll look at every avenue for everyone. You know, we want any process, however it goes, to be inclusive, and we'll figure everything out as best we can.
So we have Jay Lyons, and if you could please state your first name for the record.
Hi, this is Joanna with Pure Spa. My question really revolves around the narrative online, and I just would like to see more transparency of what is really going on. I feel like so many of us, we've just been muted. Everyone's posting anonymously because we're too afraid for the backlash. Sweet deals, you get deleted. God forbid you say anything the woman who runs the admin doesn't like. And I feel like it's almost spurring on this whole, sorry, I'm trying to not get too emotional here, but I feel like it's spurring on this whole thing because I feel that the Ski Patrol are so empowered by all the online posts from people all over the country who are not here, who are not experiencing this, who are not dealing with this. And I just think more transparency would be really crucial to help end this. Thank you.
Great. Joanna, thank you very much. And I think we all wish we had solutions for the poison known as social media. And it's a really unfortunate aspect to the people who have no stake in this community that get to chime in and influence thoughts, outcomes, and everything. Anyone else left up? Okay.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, sort of in the same vein as the last speaker, that if you're an elected official, I think we all agree that a solution sooner rather than later is what we all need. And I know that everybody has a right to their own opinion or take whatever side, but I would ask that whatever your opinion is, if it's not helping us get to the solution, you know, you don't have to spur the division and, you know, add to the division, because as our elected officials, we're going to need you guys to find ways for us to come together, you know, because everyone's really hurting, you know, emotionally and financially. And don't add to the divisiveness. I mean, I would say that to anyone, but I'm just saying, especially elected officials, because you are supposed to represent all of us. And that's it.
Stacy, thanks to that point. Last opportunity for anyone online. We'll give you a couple seconds to raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
Seeing none.
We will close public comment online, and overall public comment is closed. You know, there's never an easy answer, and we'll just work hard, and please communicate with us, you know, whether any of us are on the street, phone calls, emails, whatever that may be, you know, for ideas and thoughts and how we all will get through this. We really are trying. Zoe, do you have anything else to add?
I'll just close with, we'll get the information out of all the resources as soon as possible. We will blast out the Good Neighbor Fund resource to our residents and our within our properties and without, and continue to make sure that that fund is healthy for the needs of the community. We'll continue the conversations of business support tomorrow night and understanding where those resources can come from. I took some notes and I will model out some of these other ideas. Again, everything has a give and take that we will continue to consider. And we will bring that back to the community as soon as possible. And to the Economic Recovery Commission, I know I was part of that during COVID, and we can look at something like that, but don't think that we're doing any of these conversations in silos, that we are working with a lot of our regional partners in developing these long-term plans, and those that are wanting to participate in different aspects of these plans are participating. So right now it's Telluride and Mountain Village looking at business support, and maybe others will join that into the future. But I just am going to continue, and I think everyone has said it, that our community has shown resilience, but the margin for this recovery is narrowing quickly. A timely resolution of the closure is critical, not only for the remainder of the winter season, but for the long-term health of Telluride and the region. And staff will continue to provide updates as conditions change, and will turn to council with additional information and recommendations as quickly as possible.
Can I just add one quick little thing to the businesses? Because Caitlin, you said something, and it is something that I think that we can actually do. You know, we have off seasons. And we have low seasons. And I think right now there's nothing we can do to get involved that is going to bring a certain resolution to the conflict that's causing everything. But the businesses can work together right now to create the experiences that draw regional business in. And regional business is something that we have not necessarily focused on as a destination in a really long time. And I think that's been a mistake. But whether it's staycations or lodging specials, everybody working together to have food and beverage specials. We can bring people in from Durango. We can bring people in for things that are not ski related. And I think right now that is the one thing that's actionable that the businesses can do to help themselves be successful and to still continue to get people there. And if that is something that you all want to do and think is a good idea, I know that since Noel night, you've been really communicative together. And I think that's incredible. But if you talk amongst yourselves and that feels like a great idea, the tourism board will certainly be able to amplify any of that messaging regionally so that way we can bring more people in for things that are not ski. And it's just a thought. It could be a terrible one, but I think it could be helpful a little bit.
And thank you to everyone in the room who showed up. It's important. I know that town council meetings aren't the most fun thing for everybody, especially this topic. And so I really do appreciate, and we really do appreciate you showing up and voicing your concerns, listening. And we can tell by the looks on your faces, and we know how dire this is. And we're working on it. With that, we will go to the next agenda item.
I know, and I can preface this, it's difficult to continue on with normal business.
Tough.
So I appreciate council continuing.
There's like one more person who might want to comment. I don't know if we want to reopen public comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
I mean,
Hey, Tess. We're gonna reopen public comment. Tess.
If-
I mean,
if you want to say something, you do have to come up to the microphone. Yeah. And just so everyone knows, we do have to go on with the rest of our business, and we're not trying to cut anybody short. We added this to get your feedback and impact. And the reason why we closed public comment online and in the room is just because the hands stopped. We have all the time that you need in this room, so if you have more things to say, we'll reopen it. We're not here to stop a voice that could help us, come to solutions to what we can do. It's just more in the sake of moving on if you do not have anything more to add at this point in time. So don't take that kind of as a hard, I'm shutting this down kind of thing. So we're happy to, if you've got other things to say, I mean, we'll hear from, 10 more people. We want solutions from you. So.
My name is Tess Siemens, and going off of what Mian said, I know that right now in the short term, everyone is very nervous. There are a lot of very real impacts happening right now. My concern is that the ski area closed and now we are in crisis. So, is there a plan moving forward to incentivize people coming? We are a tourist-driven economy. We need to not, it's one thing in town. And I get that skiing is a big part of it. I'm not naive. I moved here to ski too, but I think this is a really good example of the fact that we need to make some certain, we need to have a plan in place, certain safeguards, certain other incentives to bring people who don't ski to Telluride. So I guess my comment and my ask is that moving forward, is there something you all can do to incentivize diversifying? Because the fact that the ski area closed and now everyone is in sheer panic and we're losing a lot. I just hope that moving forward, there's more to do about it so that we're not just kind of at the whimsy of one human, one group of people. So just asking that moving forward, we look at the bigger picture.
I'll respond to that. And the time for that isn't now, but we're going to end up learning a valuable lesson. And it's the combination of two things. One is the current situation with ownership and ski patrol. And the other is climate change and how the snowfall. And for the first time in my 30 years, I've never seen anything like it. The combination of no snow plus the warm temperatures that couldn't make snow. So I think, I know we've all are learning a lesson, and we'll get back to that and what we can do to diversify to make Telluride this winter, more of a winter wonderland, not a ski town that has, without anything concrete, that you might have winter film festivals, winter music festivals. You might have sleigh rides up and down Main Street. You might turn your pocket parks into little winter wonderlands. Whatever those ideas are, I think we're going to consider those, moving forward. But the task at hand is survival. And so, but we're absolutely 100% on the radar, and it's been on the radar because of the lack of snow for us before this situation turned into a strike. So we were already throwing around ideas on what we could do in the future. And, 2026, 2027 might be a tough one with the budget impacts that we'll face due to this certain scenario. But in the long term, it certainly will be, how can we create significant opportunities for people to come here that takes, a little bit more focus away from the skiing. So they still know, hey, if you're coming here, you've got these other options, and, maybe we can helicopter in a rec center while we're at it, and some other things.
Yeah, I feel like I need to comment on this because I'm the one person up here who doesn't ski, and I'm constantly advocating for all of the things that make Telluride great that don't have anything to do with the ski resort. And I think, you've kind of seen us recently be more open and excited about new events that are diversifying the offerings we have to Telluride. Unfortunately, those are limited to the summer right now, but I think we have a lot of eagerness to kind of expand the types of events and the people we're attracting and hopefully into the winter. But that eagerness that we have as a council is connected to the conversation of how do we have a more robust economy that isn't so kind of in a chokehold with the ski resort.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that, you know, the narrative right now is very much ski patrol versus truck. And I think I just wanted to know that you guys were appreciating that the narrative is probably bigger than that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And I just wanted to make sure I said my piece because I feel like this is something that I bring up a lot.
Yeah, and it's actually something I've been saying for years, and it has had nothing to do with the ski resort. It has had everything to do with climate change, really more so than anything else. And then honestly, the volatility of a visitor in and of itself. And so I know a lot of people, I think in the last election have said that they don't necessarily feel like they hear from us a lot. And I think a lot of times we try and keep our ideas to ourselves until they're fully fleshed out so that we don't create confusion within the community. But like we have been looking for a very long time at how we are going to diversify our economy to really to prevent the environmental impacts, the external forces that we cannot control from affecting our businesses. We have an external force affecting you this year that we didn't anticipate, but we did know that there were others that are coming and we're going to, I mean, I think we all take that very seriously, that our job is to protect each and every one of you from those forces as best we can. And we are going to continue to work towards that so that something like this never happens again to any of you or any of us.
Mario?
Yeah, I would just add that we have such incredible resources in this community that are very interested, including myself, in diversifying the winter economy. So I think we'll be able to bring a lot of firepower to that over the next, couple of years.
Yeah, I would just like to plug that.
And Lolly, just restate your name just
Oh,
so it's for the record. That's okay.
I think there's this feeling of urgency in relation to the specific issue at hand that requires a level of transparency and urgency within the council to be really communicative and poignant towards actionable steps in this moment. Because when we're talking ideation, it just feels like we're stuck in this like higher point of what we could hypothetically do and actually coming to what that, like to me, understanding the capital reserve fund and what you anticipate doing with that in the next week or two, based on the fact that you're saying that the next week or two is pivotal to this. It's like, when are those funds going to be accessible to people? Like, what is the actionable step today and tomorrow and the next day? And how do we communicate that to our businesses, to our community, versus getting stuck in the ideation phase right now? Because I do think it's really imminent right now that information is being given to us like as fast as possible, which I understand there's a reality to how quickly you can move those funds, but this is a unique situation.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, but they're not exclusive of one another. We'll have that plan rolled out as quickly as we can, but this thing is going to change with so many factors outside of our control. We still need the ideas too, because it's going to change. So they're working together. It's not, we're not going to have eggs in one basket. So that was kind of the point there. It's not that, we need the ideas to figure out our rollout. We need the ideas for how this thing pivots and changes and stuff. And so what we can do is be more responsive to you. And Lolly, thanks for pointing that out. I mean, appreciate that. We do have a couple hands raised online that we can, we'd love to hear from.
And you did Pack Nomad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Kate, and I would like to point out that in the midst of crisis, we are sitting on a potential gold mine, and this is not going to be a solution that will help us immediately, but it is a solution that we can work on for future diversity of our tourism income. And that is Telluride's connection with our history of alternating current and instituting, powering the world basically to our magnificent night sky. And dark sky tourism and astrotourism is taking hold across the globe, and it is bringing in a lot of tourism dollars, a lot of tourism interest. Telluride is the only place on Earth that can connect our history with our sky. The history has already been written. Nowhere else on the planet has this opportunity. So I strongly encourage you to look at this, to work with the Western Slope Dark Sky Coalition in promoting the beauty that we have before us and the opportunity that we have before us. So I'd be happy to help you. The Western Slope Dark Sky Coalition would be happy to help you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kate, if you're still on there and you can give us your last name, that would be helpful. I don't know it off the top of my head because she sent us an email, but we can get that for you, Tiffany.
It's VDAC.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
We'll stick online and unmute who's next.
This is Carly Latcham. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I was just driving in my car and listening to Kodo, and I heard public comment come on, and I can't take full credit for this idea. My husband Patrick came up with it, but maybe we could quickly throw together a Band-Aid inspired music festival at the end of the winter to bring a bunch of people in. I know there's a bunch of artists that really love Telluride that would be willing to help out. Just wanted to throw that idea out there.
Great. Thank you. We'll look at everything. And that's all I can say to that. And if you can unmute Mike McGill.
Yeah, hi. And thank you all for all of what you're doing for what is an amazing resource to us all. But yeah, I think it was Zoe who was quoting a bunch of the actual stats about impact. And I actually did a kind of a chat GPT, what outside of the ski resort, is the dollar impact on a daily basis. And I don't know how reliable the data is, but it's staggering, like $1 million a day sort of thing. And I'm wondering, and I'm not taking sides here, but I'm wondering if these parties, who are in the middle of these negotiations and as people are thinking about, where they might want to apply pressure, if they truly understand the staggering impact of what's going on, and is there value in, you as a town council saying, if whatever the numbers are, I mean, this is $1 million a day sort of event, just to really orient people to the, the gravity of the collateral damage being caused here.
Great. Mike, thanks for that. And any way we get that out to both parties is certainly helpful. I think one party already knows, maybe doesn't care. Anybody else online? All right, Brian Thames, I'll reopen it up to public comment in the room and have Brian Thames. It's all you.
Right on. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Brian Thames. Yeah, first of all, I really appreciate, what town council is doing. And to kind of use the rhetoric, it's sort of like a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And I think the biggest thing for me is just finding a resolution. And I wonder, as a small business owner, how we can get together and collectively have conversations either with Ski Patrol or Telski, because I feel like that's a really kind of a hard thing because there's so much divide between the two. And I don't know if there's a small committee or if we can kind of meet, because to me, that's the source of this. Like, we got to figure out how we can get this figured out. And I don't know if we can meet collectively as small business owners with Ski Patrol or, Telski. And, we're going to go to the meeting this afternoon, but that's my whole sort of take, because that's the biggest problem, is finding a solution. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Brian. I know we're back to a hand up online. Tiffany?
Heidenreich.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ryan Heinreich from Telluride Theater. As far as what we would love to do to support our town and our community and anyone affected, Sasha Cuccinello and myself are already starting to work on a community event that we don't know where it will be held yet, but something that will be part of this community to raise funds for the Good Neighbor Fund and to just support anyone that needs help. And it'll be an event that will feature all the nonprofits in town, and we're already in the works. So we're going to make it happen.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Anybody else left? Lishay?
Hello, Lishay Benton. I just have a quick idea, and it's really to support the local businesses. I realize this argument has nothing to do with all the innocent bystanders, but we do have a lot of part-time residents here that really would like to support, to Kaki's point. And what if we as council help support, subsidize some of the offset to give a discount and pre-sell a lot of gift certificates or future spending in our strong summers to these local businesses where they can actually, second homeowners, third homeowners, whatever, that aren't here right now, can really pitch in, buy some gift certificates to spend when they are here. And they can get like a 10% discount for that. It can be subsidized, but it can go to all of our local businesses, because right now the people that are here are really struggling. So they can't go out and support the local businesses and make up for that big gap. So maybe to subsidize by having income coming in now, and then they can use it later, it may offset a little bit of the damage. Just an idea.
We did that during COVID.
Yeah. And Lishay, that's a great idea. And, you know, if the businesses can get together and offer, you know, anything like that, they'll know more than, other than just dollars, they'll know the ideas of what could help. And we'll use our communication channels to get that out. And we will work with our partners like the Telluride Foundation to get it out to key people, Town of Mountain Village, you know, and Catherine Warren with her channels. If there's a message that you're unified, whether it's just a gift certificate idea or whatever that is, let us know and we'll get it out as soon as possible.
Well,
You know,
even the lodging communities that are helping those homeowners, they care. They really care. They can't vote. They don't have a full-time status, but they care, and they come and use their homes too. So to buy things, I mean, we have such a big community outside of this community that is willing to help and has revenue dollars coming from other places. And we really need to lean on that outside source right now because we're struggling as a small community and we need outside resources. So, I mean, you guys are doing a great job and we have not unlimited funds, but we have larger tentacles that can go out and reach out to a bigger community that really cares deeply for us.
Yeah.
That's just an idea.
Thanks, Lishay.
Yep. Thank you. Ryan, come on up.
Thanks, everybody. I'm Ryan Donnell, one of the owners of Alpine Lodging. So there's just really two things I want to say. In the lodging community, obviously, we are on the front lines of this in terms of looking forward throughout the rest of the season. And what I want to reiterate is, I guess, a plea to both TSG and Patrol as to why a resolution as soon as humanly possible is absolutely critical for everybody in this community in terms of timing. So the holidays were rough. We lost a substantial amount of business. Obviously, we were able to hang on to a lot of it because a lot of those people were already in airports on their way here. January is toast. There's not much we can do about that at this point. It's going to be down significantly. It's going to result in layoffs, lost jobs, early business closures, a lot of things like that. But if we want to care about these frontline workers and these staff and these people, if we can get a resolution in the next few days, it allows us in the lodging community to get to work on February and March. And what has really happened in an outsized fashion is a lot of the December and January guests are poor frontline reservation agents who have taken the brunt of a lot of hate and anger, have been successful in pushing a lot of those guests into February and March. Not everybody, a lot of people canceled, but A lot of those guests have moved their stays. So if we can get a resolution, we can then focus on salvaging what is left of winter in February and March and turn a bad situation into a slightly better one. My second and final kind of plea is that I worry that both segments of leadership in these negotiations are somewhat entrenched. And I fear that a lot of the pleas from the business community and messaging have not been relayed to the rank and file staff of particularly Patrol, but also TSG. And I just encourage you that if you have concerns, if you are seeing human impact, please go speak to people that you know one-on-one, patrollers, get the message out. People are losing jobs. People are losing income. They're going home with no checks. It is impactful. So please get that messaging out. Thank you.
Ryan, thank you very much. Anybody else left that hasn't had the opportunity to speak that would like to?
She's got her hand up.
Okay, we have Joanna Lyons' hand up again, and happy to hear from her.
Thanks. I just want to, just after hearing all this, I just want to maybe try and be clearer in what I was trying to say before, because I have spoken to Chuck and I have spoken to patrollers, and it's falling on deaf ears. And like I said, everything online, if you're not, stick it to the man, which is what most of the comments are, get deleted if you don't say things on those lines. So that's why I'm asking for transparency from the town to really enforce, from response from this meeting on what the actual impact is. I don't think Ketelsky is listening. I don't think Ski Patrol is listening on what the actual impact is and what is going to be left if nothing gets resolved soon. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Joanna, thank you very much. Anybody else online or in the room that would like to speak that hasn't spoken or has something new to say? We're happy to entertain it. Seeing none, we will close the agenda item. We know it's tough to just shut this agenda item down and move on with our council meeting. It's tough on us all up here. And then we know how tough it is on you. And once again, I really appreciate that you took the time to show up and express your dire concerns and we're listening, definitely.
So, yeah, Mayor Erico, we're going to move our update from Colorado Flight Alliance to our next January meeting.
Great. And we'll take a 5-minute break.
Perfect.
Just to Restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is 11:36. For the record, we are going into item number 2, work sessions. Item 2A, the update from the Colorado Flight Alliance with Matt Skinner will be postponed. And that brings us to agenda item 2B, discussion regarding parklets. And we have Kristen and Zoe to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. I'll just get us started off quickly. So this work session is being held in response to discussions that occurred at our October 14th merchant meeting, where a potential for a multi-year approval for parklets was raised. The initial step in that conversation, staff is now bringing forward an overview of the temporary summer parklet program, which Kristen will cover. And this will be program history, participation trends, operational impacts, and considerations for future changes. Parklet applications for the 2026 are typically published in February and approvals occur in March. So that is why we're having this discussion now, as it is timely, should it impact any of the applications for this coming year or for this year, because we're in 2026. So this is an initial work session. It's intended for council to get that background and context, and to get direction from council should you wish to explore any changes to the parklet program at this time. Staff would then return to the community and gauge community engagement opportunities to gather input from merchants, residents, and stakeholders. And then based on that input, we would return to council for formal direction at our January 27th meeting. Obviously, there's a lot going on in our community right now. And so timing will definitely be a factor in that, but it is important for us to get community input, as the community has a lot of opinions on parklets. And so we don't want to dismiss that. So council, we're bringing this to you now, but it is well within your purview to give staff direction to keep things the same for this year and revisit next year, or to continue on the path that we have laid out in this memo. So with that, without any questions, I'll turn it over to Kristen, who'll give you an overview and context of the program.
Great. Thank you, Zoe. Kristen, we'll turn it to you.
Sure. So I'll provide a quick overview of the Parklet program, its background and program history, participation trends, community benefits, design guidelines, and operational impacts. I provided you with a staff memo in advance, so this presentation reflects that. And then we'll talk about considerations for future Parklet program changes. So the background history, it was initiated in 2022 to allow food service establishments to continue to operate outdoors during COVID. The program remained in effect once restaurants were allowed to resume indoor operations. Most businesses in the commercial core are not eligible to participate. It's focused on food service establishments, and an average of 9 food service establishments participated between 2022 and 2025 on an annual basis. 8 of the 11 total participating businesses participated each year. And the total number of parklets decreased to 8. The highest was 11, but decreased to 8 in the 3rd and 4th years of the Parklet program. And then just so that you know who's eligible, of the total number of businesses providing services to the public in the historic commercial core, only 21% are food service establishments eligible to participate in the Parklet program, and approximately half of these eligible food service establishments have participated annually. So community benefits of the Parklets program. It supports food service establishments, a key component of Telluride's local services and tourism-based economy. Outdoor dining options add interest and vibrancy to the town's streetscapes and complement the visitor experience. Expanded outdoor seating in the historic downtown core connects patrons more directly to Telluride's iconic historic, cultural, and natural resources. The additional seating provided allows additional customers to be seated at one time, reduces wait times at food service establishments, and expands each business's revenue base during the summer tourist season. And finally, parklets support a pedestrian-friendly commercial core, enhancing the pedestrian experience, generating a campus atmosphere, and fostering informal community interactions consistent with the town's master plan. So I was asked just to provide a quick update on design guidelines relative to the parklets, just to remind ourselves. The design guidelines and standards cover such topics as ensuring parklet visibility to moving traffic and parking cars, limitations on maximum parklet width and length, requirements and standards for three-sided edging, buffering to the street, a number of safety standards, which include that edging withstanding horizontal forces, the platform supporting a minimum weight, ADA compliance requirements, drainage requirements, entrance egress, safety design specifications, and prohibitions on roof structures and requirements for shade structures. So those are just some of the topics covered in those design standards and guidelines, which staff ensures that Parklet applicants adhere to. In addition, businesses are required to monitor their parklets, so no public nuisances, noise, lighting, litter, or other means, no private advertising, logos, or other branding. And these parklets undergo and must pass multiple inspections each year by staff prior to obtaining a temporary summer parklet permit from my department. And so I'm now going to just share some data. I want to recognize a number of staff across multiple departments who shared their insights to these operational impacts. A number of departments are affected by the parklets, and I asked them for their insights in order to be able to present to you. So thank you to everyone who is listed in the memo for all your contributions. So operational impacts of the parklet program. Impacts, and I should say that Tammy Brand and Tina are both here to be able to answer questions should you have any. They both play key roles in the coordination of this program in their departments. So operational impacts to the Parklet program include impacts to staff capacity and resources across multiple departments. The parklets eliminate 16 to 20 parking spaces within the commercial core from April through October. There are some challenges to ADA compliance due to sidewalks, slopes, etc. It does make it challenging to coordinate public works projects within the right-of-ways. The additional constraints of the parklets add a significant amount of time in terms of executing priority projects, impacts to contractors, traffic control, construction scheduling. Public Works is unable to perform street sweeping around the parklets, so we do get some debris buildup and stormwater diversion. The state of Colorado does not allow a local municipality to charge an applicant fee for a liquor license modification of premises. So there isn't any revenue generated for staff time, hearing officer time, required supplies. The draft agreements must be thoroughly reviewed and corrected annually as paperwork is incorrectly filled out. So just time of staff in reviewing. Parklet permit holders often don't follow various rules of the agreement. So there's a lot of staff follow-up. Specifically, sometimes those establishments deliver orders from outside of the approved service area in the right-of-way, which is prohibited by the agreement. And there are some concerns that have been raised about excessive gathering around parklets on the sidewalk, restricting pedestrian traffic flow. And finally, staff observed that additional code enforcement may be necessary to monitor and address any violations moving forward. So I wanted to just give you a summary of operational impacts on the staff capacity side, just so that you have the data as you consider the path forward. Multiple departments, the manager's office, my department, the clerks, and our liquor licensing clerk in particular, legal, our town attorney, public works, our civil engineer and director. And so the total number of hours cumulatively is 169 to 201 staff hours per year. And Tammy Brand, the coordinator of the Historic Preservation Planning and Building Department, is a significant number of hours within that, as she is the point person for the application process. And in addition, our municipal code requires a public hearing for every liquor license modification of premises. So the liquor licensing authority hearing officer bills time to review and hear each application. So the consideration that brought forth this agenda item to town council was there was discussion at the merchants meeting about a multi-year approval process. So staff thought through that possibility and just wanted to share some insights with you as you consider that approach. We identified a number of operational challenges of a multi-year approval process, but that isn't to say if your direction was to move in that direction, we would work to resolve those that we could, and some are just facts that would have to be dealt with on an annual basis. So For the liquor licensing, it's an annual liquor licensing, and the state will only approve a modification of the premises within the year the liquor license is active. So they must reapply each year for that modification to serve outdoors. Annual inspections are required by the building inspector and civil engineer. And our building inspector is required to inspect each parklet 3 times during the application and approval process, during setup, and then once everything is set up, per all those guidelines I went over. Public works projects do vary by year, so they may impact the right-of-way where parklets are located on any given year. And noting that it's already a challenge to schedule construction around the weather, contractor availability, et cetera, the multi-year parklet permit would make that scheduling even more challenging, especially if a parklet permit holder were given a right to locate in a specific part of the right-of-way for multiple years. If we go to a multi-year approval, then the tracking system would need to be set up to facilitate staff tracking on those renewal cycles. And staff did raise concerns about potential unintended consequences of multi-year commitments. And if it is determined that the town should move forward with multi-year commitments, emphasis on needing to maintain the clause that permits termination by the town manager of those agreements when necessary. So again, going back to Zoe's initial introduction, the reason we're here today is there's a narrow timeline for parklets each year. So any changes to the 2026 application process or program would need to be identified by the end of this month in order for us to make updates to launch the applications in February. And so this is just that initial background and context work session. And we're looking for direction as staff. If you direct us to explore changes, we would work on community engagement, opportunities to gather input from merchants, residents, and other stakeholders, and then come back to you based on that input and staff input to then have staff return to council for formal direction at your January 27th meeting. And I am all done now. I just figured I'd get through the last bit, and then I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Helen, I see your hand up, and then we'll have Dan next.
Yeah, first off, I think, overall, I'm supportive to move towards a multi-year approval process. Figuring out how to stagger that, I think, is important. I'm sure you guys have already thought about this, but I don't want it to be that this whole workload falls every other year. I think the intention is to split it amongst the different years. So getting that out of the way. But specifically, I had like 2 points. Is there any way that we can have our liquor license be inclusive of parklets so that there isn't necessarily a modification, but that the baseline liquor permit no, me and saying no.
No, Tina's coming up to tell you more about that.
Thank you.
Ian's right.
Okay.
Oh, I love that.
If you moved it out, you would have to keep it out and keep that area used. If you move back inside, the liquor has to move inside as well.
Okay, so there's no way to kind of like have that parklet approval just be in our basic liquor license?
No.
Okay. Well, there goes that. So the other question I had is, can we have, so the other issue that I see being just like a little stickier on parklets, and overall, I love the parklets. I think they're great. But the coordination with Public Works seems to be like a little bit of a tricky point. And that the multi-year approval affects that. And I was also wondering if our approval can include some kind of like clause about if there is a Public Works project, this is like the protocol that is how we address it, or like, so it doesn't have to be this like additional task for us. Obviously it's going to be a coordination between the business owner and Public Works, but if there's like a way to streamline that so that it's not happening kind of as needed, but is more just built into the agreement.
I think that we certainly would want to revise the agreement to have the language that speaks to that if we move to multi-year. And I think that would be possible. There would just need to be a lot of flexibility built into our agreement so that Public Works could move forward with priority projects on their timeline and not be constrained. So I think we could work on that language collaboratively and come up with something that could work for both Public Works and for those signing the agreements. We just can't guarantee specific locations or and I don't want to speak for Kyle in Public Works. I don't know if he's on at the moment, but if there were a big project that was all along Colorado, that could also be a concern of like pre-approving something and then something comes up that requires some urgent project. And then we're a couple of years out from when the agreement was signed. So I think multi-year, is that 2 years? Is that 3 years? I mean, the further out you extend it, the more challenges that'll come up in that regard.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in. I think also bringing context, and I don't want to speak for our businesses because they're here, but a lot of the value of the multi-year agreement would be so that they can invest into these parklets a little bit more than what they are now for a better product, which then is difficult when you have to ask for flexibility in that because it could change size, it could move, which then impacts that structure as well. So I think you're balancing both of those priorities in that.
Right. I mean, I think our needs like our Public Works needs do take precedent over these parklets. I think like hesitate to use this terminology, but they're like a right, not a privilege kind of. And I want to streamline this so that it's easier for business owners, but I think it is important that we make sure we're doing our maintenance and keeping our right of ways in good operating condition. And that feels like it sort of takes precedent over the parklets. But I think there's a way that we can incorporate that into the language where it's addressed, where we can do these multi-year approvals and not have issues with Public Works. I think that's the goal that I'm trying to.
And we
I
have
just
Kyle.
wanted
You wanna-
to
yeah.
jump in that Kyle is on the screen.
We'll let Kyle jump in.
Yeah, thank you so much, and great points by everyone. And I just wanted to make sure that it's not only for planned projects, whether it's lighting, curb and gutter. Most of the asphalt has been replaced, so I don't have any really concerns about that. But also of the unknowns with emergencies, to where there may be those events where there's a utility that's simply in close proximity or underneath these parklets that could cause that parklet to have to be removed for a time to perform that maintenance, mostly on a emergency side of things versus planned. So I just want to make sure I bring that to your attention as well.
Great. Thank you, Kyle. I had Dan next in the queue. Dan?
Thanks. Yeah, my question to Kristen is on whether staff explored a more simple streamlining of the application for applicants who haven't changed their parklet year over year at all. If you're simply looking at the exact same parklet each year and keeping this a 1 year, and why this methodology seems the preferable recommendation from your mind.
Sure. I can say that staff have worked over the 4 years of the program to streamline the process each year as much as possible. It's still quite time consuming in terms of all the various staff inputs and reviews that are needed. Although I will say, for example, feedback coming from some of our staff is that because some of the parklets have been part of the program each year, it does get easier in terms of reviewing, and this is Public Works, for example, reviewing their applications for meeting the drainage requirements, et cetera, because it's the same structure that they're bringing forward if it's in the same location, and that also the inspections become quicker because applicants who apply multiple years are much more familiar with the process. So assuming no special projects, no challenging situations, some of these applicants are very much familiar with the process and expediting it in that way. I don't know that staff felt there were further ways to streamline the application itself, because we do need to go through the formal agreement process. It's reviewed by legal, and also the former formal liquor licensing process as well. Did that get at your question, Dan? I can elaborate further if you.
No, I think somewhat, and I think to some degree it's six one way, half a dozen another. But it is, it is a thought in my mind of the longer we go through this, it seems that the majority of these parklets are not going to change significantly year over year, and trying to find ways that supports our businesses, but also supports staff and makes this a more efficient process for both parties.
I think one thing that did come up on that same topic, just so I don't forget to share it, is there was recommendations from staff to perhaps do an educational training for the Parklet program annually, just basically bring everyone together, remind everyone of what the rules, what the agreement is, what we need them to be executing on throughout the Parklet season. That may eliminate some of the enforcement aspects of the program if we can get ahead of things, get everyone on the same page, and maybe make some additional efficiencies. So that
And
was one
before
idea.
moving on, I just want to clarify one thing you said, Dan, which was staff's preference of a multi-year application. This is coming to council not through a staff recommendation or preference, but more as a request of the business community.
Great. Kristen has her hand up, so we'll unmute Kristen.
Hi, thank you. My question is for staff. So you mentioned in the memo, some people aren't following the rules. Question number one, what are the biggest rule breakers? And question number two, what are the consequences when the rules aren't followed?
Sure. So other staff can also speak to this, but what I was hearing from staff collectively are one of the biggest challenges is people serving, like our businesses serving from within the right of way, not following that aspect of the agreement. So you have a lot of activity in the right of way that shouldn't be taking place, and also blocking the sidewalk, blocking that pedestrian right of way when coming back and forth between the businesses and the parklets. Some additional elements would be just having that presence of staff, so having enough staff capacity to be keeping an eye on the parklets and ensuring that all the aspects of the agreements are being followed. So interest in more more of that code enforcement throughout the season, and do we have the staff capacity for that aspect? But those were just some things that were flagged. I was just trying to bring summary information to you for your consideration.
Right, because the parklets are temporary, and the resolution 5 was it y'all passed in 2025. It's a temporary summer parklet policy. So I think the temporary nature of it I would lean more toward a year by year, especially because the liquor licensing, the inspections, everything happens year by year already anyway. Maybe you could flag what's new in their contracts year to year to have them save time. I think right now everything is kind of temporary. So I guess those are, and I would like to see, if people are written up for these infractions, because if they're serving on the sidewalk or blocking the right of way, I think those should be flags, 3 strikes are out kind of thing. And maybe that would lean more toward year to year, just to keep people in check year to year. Thank you.
Great. Kristen, any other thoughts from council members we have not heard from? Maria?
One question I had is, with the new curb cuts and such, there's been a substantial reduction of parking on Main Street, which I think is harder for some of the other merchants. And so have we had any consideration about the productivity of the parklets? So, like Brown Dog is clearly just maxing out their space, and that's awesome. But there are other parklets that look kind of empty. And I'm just wondering if that's been a thought, because I do have concern about merchants having enough parking.
So from a sales tax collection standpoint, we have not been able to analyze how much of that is coming from the parklets versus how much is coming from the overall restaurant. That's not how we collect sales tax. So we do not have that as a data point.
But I think that the program in and of itself sort of self-selects in that regard, in that the business does have to pay for utilization of the space and obviously the construction of the parklet. And we have had businesses that did have parklets remove themselves from the program because it wasn't cost effective. And so, I mean, just in talking to anybody that has had these parklets, and that continues to have a parklet year over year, they have said that it is significantly beneficial to their business. So.
Yeah, and to add to that, it's not the town's job to determine the level of success for a business, and then taking away something that could enable success might not be a good idea either. Ashley, you're up next.
Thanks. I might push back on some of the things I'm hearing. I think, for me, my biggest issue with the parklets has kind of been twofold. My biggest issue is that there's only a select number of businesses that can benefit from a parklet. And so for me, it feels like that's an unfair situation for a lot of other business owners that also might benefit greatly from having increased square footage in the public right of way. And I think that that's clear by the number of businesses that actually get the benefit of the parklet versus the number of business licenses that exist in the town of Telluride. So I think that we need to be really cautious in understanding that this is a pretty significant leg up that we give to specific businesses that we don't extend to all others. And so while we're looking at these rules, I think we should just keep that in mind. In addition to, that we've grandfathered in some businesses that are allowed to spill over into it with larger parklets that take up a large amount of space. There's some that, because the businesses close earlier in the day, are not utilized full nighttime. These are, taking up parking spaces in the evenings, and there's nobody utilizing them because the businesses are closed. So I think that we need to just keep that in mind. I think that, the other half of the, reason why I'm not, the biggest champion of these parklets is I think that they all vary greatly in their curb appeal, and some are, better looking than others. I think that, the look of having large tents sitting on decks along the main street kind of turns the main street into a little bit of a flea market look, and I don't particularly like that. So I think that if we are going to consider extending these into multi-year permits, then I think we need to get really serious about, the look of these parklets. One of the comments was made that if there was, if they had longer terms, then they would be able to invest more in them. And I think that we need to take that really seriously, that if we are going to allow people to have these for multiple years, that they do invest some significant money, and that there is a more, appealing look to them as they, do take up space on Main Street and, can be a little bit of an eyesore, in my opinion. So, I might be in the minority on that. I know that obviously the businesses that get the benefit do see a great benefit, but it's a pretty limited number of businesses that can even have that benefit. And so it just, for me, it feels, maybe it's not the most democratic use of the public right of way. So that's my 2 cents on it. Like I said, if we're going to extend it and do a multi-year, I think we need to get really serious about how these things look and how they're contributing to our overall appeal of our Main Street.
Ashley, thank you. I'll chime in. I think at this point, it's more a timing issue than anything that I would support 1 year. I think for a lot of things over our next couple of meetings, we're going to have a very difficult time getting business owners to chime in, whether it's for or against. Obviously, with the start of our meeting, we've got bigger problems right now, and for this, a status quo might be best. Just my thoughts. Mian, I see your hand half-heartedly up.
I've switched those up for a while, so my finger got tired. I actually kind of join you in that minority sort of statement in regards to the aesthetics, in regards to the parklets. I think that comment about being able to invest in the parklet itself, if there was a multi-year agreement, is really the only thing that sways me to the multi-year agreement. I mean, because I do think I like the flexibility for our staff to be able to make decisions in the best interest of the community as far as like public works goes otherwise. However, I do think that this parklet conversation just is a consistent one year over year. And I think that fairly permanent at this point, and this is certainly not the year that I think that we are going to be doing anything to impede a business from trying to make as much money as they possibly can right now. But I would, but I would very much like to see us create some really stringent design standards for the parklets so that they are reflective of the aesthetic that we want on Main Street. I mean, we have an incredibly laborious process for anybody that's doing any sort of construction in the town of Telluride, and I don't want it to be anything close to that, but I do think that it needs to be reflective of the care that we put into any other construction that's here in town. So, I mean, I think this is a bigger conversation, so I would be inclined to just let it be for a year and then go through the process of really developing those standards so that when we roll out a multi-year parklet policy in 2027, then all of the Ts are crossed and Is are dotted at that point.
Eleanor?
I mean, we do have design standards for our parklets. I think, you know,
I want them to be more stringent.
More stringent. I felt like we did that right after I got elected, and I felt like at the time I was concerned that we made them too stringent. You know, I think if it's a question of, you know, do we have the parklets with more design standards or not have the parklets? Like, I'm gonna support the parklets. I think, you know, I think they add to the tourist experience. I think they help us collect more sales tax, more excise tax. They, you know, I've tried to go out to dinner in the summer in Telluride and been turned down by 10 restaurants in a row. So anything that increases our capacity to serve not just the locals, but the people visiting is huge. I think, you know, I remember from the COVID days, a lot of people just wanting to have a pedestrian Main Street. And I think this feels like a tiny little concession to get to that feel that I really like. I think there's already inequities in locations in town and types of businesses. If you're on the north side of Main Street, you can have seating outside anyway. If you're on the south, you can't. And so, you know, yes, these aren't available to all businesses, but I don't think that is a reason to not allow them for the businesses that we've decided are appropriate for them. We made those decisions. So at the end of the day, if we think, you know, retailers should have parklets, that's on us. I personally don't. I think we should keep them to restaurants. I, you know, agree with some of the comments around like the flea market look. And I think that's where we tried to sort of narrow in on what we want them to look like. And I feel like that was successful. I think, you know, to get too specific about, you know, a pop-up versus an umbrella, like might be splitting hairs. But I could take part in that conversation if that got everyone on board. But I think, you know, for this, it sounds like it would be a small win for the business community and for staff to allow for a multi-year approval. And I don't think it would ultimately affect the outcome of a year-to-year approval versus a multi-year approval. I think we're probably going to have the same amount of parklets in the same locations with the same businesses. So for me, this feels like a very easy win for everyone. It makes it easier for staff. It makes it easier for business owners. I just like don't see the downside. And I think we can draft that agreement to include the termination by town manager, to include all of what Public Works needs from us, and kind of give everyone an easy win right now. In terms of the design, I hear you, and I kind of got like, I really pushed for the neutral colors, and I like felt a lot of shame after that. And some people made comments to me, but like, I'll stand behind that. But I think in general, like to not kind of get into the specifics, I feel like this is just such an easy way to make one process easier for our staff and our business community.
I'm just going to quickly jump in. I don't know if this makes it easier for staff. So I don't know if the narrative around that piece is there, but I think it certainly makes it easier for potentially businesses.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking at the table of the hours that people spend, and if we can, you know, cut some people's time.
I don't know if this will necessarily cut people's time, only because there's so many things that will still happen annually, and we'll have to change it each year depending on what's going on. So maybe it will, but maybe it won't.
Okay, I guess I'm confused why that was like included in the information and brought into the conversation then, if there's not like an effect on that, but yeah, I understood.
There is a little effect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A little.
it's just not, it's not like they're not, like, we're not shaving 100 hours. We're shaving.
might be
Right,
that,
but
But I agree. I think we have a staff that is maxed. And so like
anything.
any minute, like
Yeah.
15 minutes, I think we can give to staff is 15 magical minutes. So.
We'll hear from Ashley, and then I want to open up to any public comment. We've had some people in the room for quite some time and want to give them an opportunity to speak. So we'll hear from Ashley and then open it up for public comment since this is a work session.
I just wanted to make a comment because Elena said that she felt like having the parklets was like a small step towards doing a pedestrian downtown. And I actually like really disagree with that. I think that if we want to explore doing a pedestrian downtown, which I think has a lot of merit, then we should explore that. But I don't think that I think that the combination of the parklets intersecting with a very much, driving of the Main Street doesn't actually take us closer towards pedestrianization of the Main Street. I think it makes it more congested and more difficult to navigate versus if we were moving forward with an intention of creating a pedestrian Main Street, then that would eliminate the vehicles from it entirely rather than having it be creating more congestion is my position. So I think that if we want to have a discussion about creating a pedestrian Main Street, that's something that we should have and we should explore. I think there are some really positive merits to that. I know that there are also some difficulties that have been brought up over the years, but I think that we should explore that discussion. But I don't think that having the parklets intermittently dispersed throughout the public right of way with parking and vehicles and deliveries and pedestrians is actually taking us one step closer to that.
Ashley, thank you. We'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? Megan?
Hi, Megan Osla, Butcher and the Baker. I just want to say I've had a parklet every year. It's been offered. I've benefited significantly from it, but I'd also like to believe that the town and the community has benefited as well. And I'd like to say that, I don't mind applying every year. My parklet is the same every year. My application looks the same aside from the size of the check I have to write. But I will say that the thing about it that's frustrating is that every year we sit around and have the same conversation where certain people on staff or certain people on the council don't like parklets and certain people do. And so every year I feel like we're like fighting for the same 2 parking spaces. So I would ask that if we have to do it every year, that's fine, but I would love to not have to sit in these meetings over and over and waste everybody's time talking about the exact same thing. So, and if anybody wants to talk to me about what I think the revenue differences are of having 4 tables, which is what I have in Main Street over the course of the summer, I would love to talk about it. It's significant. So for me and for everyone.
Great. Thank you, Megan. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Roscoe?
Roscoe Cade, Floridor Saloon, and we have also participated in the parklet program since it started. I actually was one of the people that brought up the multi-year agreements. And I was thinking because of the timing of the new sidewalks, the change of the sidewalks that some people like myself have to change my parklet. I would like to invest more into the parklet just so it's easier for putting up, more durable putting up and taking down. I find that that's when I the quality of the parklet decreases every time as I pull it down. As we all know, when we put screws in, pull them out, that's what happens. And I was trying to also make it easier on the time on the staff too, because I feel like if you do it once every so many years, you don't have to review it all the time every year. But if it is a problem, I have no problem applying every year. And I know the circumstances have changed this year, so I think staff probably has bigger issues than parklets to deal with. So I'm neutral on it all. But I think it's substantial for us at the Floridor for the parklets. We have, I think, 8 tables out there, which is nice, 20 seats. So thank you.
Awesome. Roscoe, thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll close public comment in the room. Anybody online, Tiffany?
I've not seen any hands raised.
All right. Any last comments? We're kind of on the fence 1 or 2 years, to try to give some direction. Kristen, you're a 1 year. I'm actually a 1 year person as well. And might as well just straw poll it to try to give council direction. Dan's a 2, Maria's a 2, Ellen is a 2.
I'm changing my mind. Sorry.
That's fine.
Sorry, the public comment actually swayed me.
This is an easy one compared to earlier.
I forgot. So.
I could do 2 if we revisit the design guidelines and create more stringent and appealing looks for them.
We'll go to as direction, right? That's what we're asking for.
For that direction, I guess I would ask also, just given where we are today, is that something council's comfortable providing staff direction right now to implement? I'm not going to say the word pilot, but for now, without going to the community for feedback and reopening the discussion more publicly on the 27th? Or do you feel like that's a necessary step at this time?
Sorry, Zoe, what specifically are you asking on?
Yep. So our initial thought was, as parklets are a big topic of conversation, that council may want to give the public opportunity to engage in this discussion, and then come back after that engagement period for the 27th to ask council with that additional feedback from the community to make a decision. I think to Megan make a great point in her public comment too, that the conversation is more exhausting than the outcome of having a 1 or 2 year agreement. So my question to council is, are we comfortable providing staff direction if the sentiment up here is for 2 years at this juncture without that additional public input period and rediscussion on the 27th? Or would you like to continue since you are looking to make a change?
I'm okay taking any sort of heat for a 2-year contract on this. I don't think that we're going to get significant public input, especially at this point in time.
I also don't really think this is much of a change. I think it's keeping the status quo from the past 4 or 5 years. So I think the change would be if we got rid of them.
Yeah. And I think the ultimate lead into what we decide 1, 2 years, which sounds like 2 years is fine. And then after that, it just may be the time for council to have the community decision. Are they permanent or not? And then just move on and let the community decide if parklets are in our best interest and it's permanent and we don't worry about it anymore or not. I mean, but we don't have to, there's bigger challenges that we face, and we give a 2-year gig, then
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please. So are you saying that we would implement 2-year parklet starting this year and incorporate these stricter policies like Ashley was mentioning? So do you have time, does staff have time to create the new language and everything without moving forward with 2-year?
If we are looking to do additional revisions to the guidelines, that would definitely need to have an additional work session, which would take place on the 27th. But we can get the formal direction of looking at a 2-year application period and then come on the 27th for guideline revisions and adoption at that point.
That's why I was suggesting maybe a 1 year to give us more time. We have other pressing issues right now, just to continue as we are for 1 year and then give the staff some more time to maybe tighten the regulations down or create, the consequences of breaking the rules or whatever those things are moving forward.
And go ahead, Kristen. I was saying there are consequences in place. I have signed many a letter of written up and so
what happens then? They just fix it?
I think they have time to cure, and then if not, they get their liquor license pulled, which is usually the bigger one. Go ahead, Kristen.
I was only going to say that if we're moving to if the direction of town council is to move to a 2-year, then I would need to be coming back to you regardless of whether you decide to direct staff to update the design aspects. I would need to come back to you with a revised agreement on January 27th, either way. And because you'll be reviewing that agreement, I would think that would need to be a work session regardless, because that agreement will have to, basically it's the document, the ordinance, like that will
I
need
don't
to
know if that's
be-
administrative or if it needs to go to council.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't bring
less-
the agreements back to council. If the resolution had to change,
It's
then
the resolution.
I don't see any change to the resolution for the 1 to 2 year. Cause I was just looking at the
I would-
most recent version
Because that's what I'm.
and it's silent on the issue. It just says the agreements will be entered into. There is discussion about the commencement and then when the improvements have to be removed from the right of way, that's in the resolution, but I don't think that changes whether it's a 1-year term or 2 year. So I feel pretty comfortable that the resolution, and as long as council is providing the direction, I think they are, that staff could certainly implement a change from a 1 to 2 year. But if there are changes to stricter visuals, stricter guidelines, I think those we would want to embody in the resolution. So you'd want to bring that back.
I do want to follow on that with one question, which is I would think that we'd want to update the resolution, which we've done pretty much on an annual basis. We did it last year. I would think we would want to update it to make sure that some of the language we were discussing during this work session is incorporated relative to flexibility, because we're going to multi-year. We have some language in there pertaining to public works projects, but it was really focused on last year's specific project. So I just want to make sure that that flexibility is in there. We can
And
certainly review
I
that.
think
and
we
if-
could discuss that because I think that
Yeah.
could also live within the agreement itself
Okay.
as well.
Okay. All right.
Dan has a question. Dan?
Statement. I feel comfortable with the design guidelines as we've adopted them. I think part of the conflict with our businesses is it feels like this changes every single year and then they have to change and update their parklet in response. And I think the biggest ask we're getting from our business community is consistency, and especially considering how close we are to the application time. Changing this one for this year seems unreasonable and would be burdensome upon the businesses, and we're trying to help them. So
I wasn't
don't wanna
saying to
this
change. I wasn't saying if you're going to change it for 2 years though, and we're not going to see this back until 2 years from now. That was my point. If you leave it status quo for now, we go on a year, then we have another year to make any necessary changes to the next year, starting a 2-year deal. That was my point.
I think we all have a point, unless anyone's changed their mind, I think we have our direction.
I think we just need additional direction on, do you want us to come back on the 27th to review the design guidelines?
I don't feel the need to change.
I don't feel the need.
Guidelines.
Not right now.
Not right now.
Yeah, not
Right
the-
now.
It's
It's a great point that Ashley and Kristen are making, and I was the 1-year guy that we lost in the straw poll, and I don't want to put any further burdens or pressure on our businesses right now. I'm adamantly against changing. I agree. I don't like how they look, but at this point in time, I'm not going to support that in any form or fashion.
Well, and
Then why aren't we
actually
doing a
gonna go-
1 year?
That
Why aren't we
1 year,
keeping with the
then.
1 year and then
Hello.
saying we're gonna do a year and
Well,
then
I
we're
don't
gonna
think
either-
all of us are aligned that we want to change the design guideline.
And I think like
But I don't
what
think
was
all of
said
us aren't aligned
by-
on that though.
Well,
I
I
think
know
a lot
Dan
of
and I
us
don't
do.
wanna-
Hold
wanna
on,
change it.
one at a time, please. One at a time. Eleanor was speaking first.
I know Dan and I don't feel a need to change the design guidelines. I feel like, I'm not sure.
Right now,
In
the future, whether that's 1, 2, 3, 4 years, whatever, but we got bigger problems, and I don't want to put any
Yes.
more burdens on our businesses.
And I just don't think they're that bad. I think our first design guidelines, session got a lot of the concerns.
Yeah, and I-
Ashley, I got to try to go to an order. Sorry.
No, I know.
Ashley, you're up.
I'm just saying, I agree. I don't think that we need to change them this year. So why don't we do a 1 year right now? And then, because we don't want to change anything for anybody, because we obviously are concerned about the businesses. I'm concerned about my
Leave
business
it
as
at
well.
this.
So let's keep it the same. And then we can have a discussion, because it does not sound like to me that we have a majority of people that are saying, we think everything is perfect with the parklets.
We had
can
4. We had
sign
4.
2-year agreements right
We-
now.
Ask that again.
We had 4. 4 said 2 year.
Okay, fine. All right, never mind.
I don't want to beat this up. We did the straw poll, and it was 4 for 2 years. and it was 3 for 1 year, and that's it, right? Like this isn't, it's a work session, so it's not a vote and it's just a straw poll, and sometimes they're close and that's how it goes. And I'm on your side, Ashley. Like I voted 1 year.
I think we're all talking over each other a little bit because I'm actually hearing more alignment than anything
Yeah.
else. I also think I just want to bring it back to everyone that is concerned about the appearance of the parklets. One of the reasons for the request from the businesses was so that they could invest further in the parklets under the current guidelines. And so I think that what probably makes the most sense at this point in time is to simply ask our businesses to create beautiful spaces for the community that are more permanent because they know that they've got 2 years and likely, honestly, more than that as they see fit. And then in 2 years, if we do feel as though that doesn't quite meet what our desires are, like we can revisit that. But I have a feeling that if people can invest further in the parklets because they know that they're amortizing those costs over 2 years versus one, we may not have the problem that we think we have at all. So I think like let's give it a chance, and we're all going to be here in 2 years. So Megan will be too. So will Roscoe, I'm sure. So we'll all have that conversation at that point.
All right, understood direction.
Yep. I'm going to wrap this one up. Thank you everybody for your comments, council for a healthy discussion on it, and we will break for lunch.
Peace out.
Okay, we are going to reconvene the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, January 6th, 2026. It is 1:08 p.m. Picking up where we left off on the agenda. Item number 3, public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted to no more than 5 minutes. Overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes for council meeting. Is there anybody in the room to speak about non-agenda items?
Yes. Hello, Town Council. This is Ngul Monet. I know many of you. I've spoken to a lot over the years. I live over in Lawson Hill. My public comment is simply to perhaps put some ideas into your head briefly regarding climate. Over 20 years ago, I was among a team working for the town of Telluride at the time on climate change, climate actions, and presented to town council. And one of the items that we stressed very early on was what happens when there is no snow, when there is no ski area to go to as a ski area. And it seemed so far away at that time. We were thinking 30, 50 years. And so I think it was put to the side to work on a lot of climate mitigation. But the actual planning and visioning of the region and what our brand might look like, given a lack of snow, was really put on the back burner. And so it seems like we're getting a taste of it this winter a little bit. And so it's on many people's minds. So I thought that it would be helpful perhaps if I came and just made public comment on that item to highlight those ideas. That's all.
Great. Karen, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yes, that microphone is dangerous. Is there anybody else in the room for public comments? Seeing no additional public comment in the room, I will close it for the room. Tiffany, is there anybody online?
Yes, we have Douglas Tooley.
You can unmute Mr. Tooley.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Mayor Erica, Council. Thank you all for having the ability to continue to speak here when I have been quite clearly and severely canceled by the Marshal's office, and apparently working at the direction of the town of Mountain Village, although that is still a longer story being told. Just briefly, we've been focused on the ski area closure. Thank you very much, Karen G., for speaking as a retired citizen. I think you will be a great voice for this region, and I applaud your participation, your professional background. I'm sure you'll be quite the leader. So we've been focused on the ski area closure and, of course, the Maduro kidnapping in Venezuela. But we should also not forget the proceedings with Judge Murphy, Sean Murphy, former Mayor Murphy, before the Judicial Conduct Commission and the Colorado Supreme Court. I have not seen a recent story on the last updates with that, and I'd just like to provide the listening audience, those that care about following these matters closely, in the judicial conduct case file, case number 25-185. There has been a motion, a joint motion for a disability proceeding with Sean Murphy. And he is claiming disability, which will mean further proceedings will be confidential. He states his, through counsel, he states his intent to resign and does not oppose dismissal. But those proceedings on his claimed disability will be confidential. So as I read it, we are now entering the start of the search for a new judge that goes through the 7th Judicial District Commission, which includes political party representatives, including the chair and vice chair of the San Miguel County Democrats, if my memory is still current and correct. Judge Murphy was appointed very quietly, without any public process that I was aware of. And I follow, I'm not a professional, but I follow it as closely as any other concerned citizen on average. And let's hope that process this time around is much more public and the sort of law that we need in this era of the too big to fail, of big tech, big pharma, and big law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Tiffany, anybody else online for public comment?
Seeing no additional hands raised.
All right, public comment will be closed for today's meeting for non-agenda items. That brings us to agenda item 4A, presentations and proclamations and introduction of new senior planner David Hunter, and Kristen Clothier is here to introduce him.
So we are thrilled to have David join our team as senior planner. David is a registered architect and licensed professional plans examiner who has spent the past 9 years with the city of Tampa, first as a plans examiner and for the past 3 years as the planning and design coordinator. David is excited to begin a new chapter in Telluride, trading humidity and hurricanes for mountain air, new challenges, and a view worth waking up to. I can't thank David enough for becoming part of the historic preservation planning and building team in Telluride. I'd like to say a couple of words, David. This is kind of tipping around.
And you don't have to.
Fun spot.
I will keep it brief. First of all, thank you very much for welcoming me to the town, and I'm very excited to be here. It obviously is a very interesting time to step in and be a part of what's going on here. But I want to assure you, I'm very excited to put my thumbprint on the future of this town, and I take it seriously being a steward for the future of this community, and look forward to engaging it as much as possible. So thank you very much.
Welcome.
That was.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, January 19th, 2026 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, January 27th, 2026. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistant Arts and Special Events, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, and this seat is being considered today, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, this seat is also being considered today, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, this seat is also being considered today, and that is for 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Please note the town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. With that, we get to agenda item 5B, and it is for the Planning and Zoning Commission for that one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and Piper Miller is in the hot seat.
Thank you, Mayor. So this vacancy is Charles Dalton's seat. His term has come to an end and he is applying for reappointment. He has served on P&Z since July of 2018, and he is here to speak on his behalf today. If you choose to reappoint him, it would be for a regular seat for a 2-year term, and it would be effective January 9th, 2026.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Would you like to come up? And you don't have to, but always.
Charles Dalton. As Piper said, I've been on planning and zoning for, I guess, 8 years, and I know staff is thrilled to have a new planner, and I would like to continue helping out the town as I can.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring to continue. Unless there are any other questions for Piper, I would entertain a motion.
I move to reappoint Charles Dalton to a regular seat for a 2-year term, effective January 9th, 2026 for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
We have a motion from me and a second from Maria. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, oh, do we go around and then Zoom second?
Yes.
Okay, I was looking at my seat, sorry.
That's all right. You're up now.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Charles, thank you very much. Welcome back.
Thanks, Charles.
That gets us to agenda item 5C, Open Space Commission, one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and Piper remains at the microphone.
Thank you. So this vacancy is occurring. Let's see. Amy Levick's term is up and she is applying for reappointment. She has served on open space since February 1st of 2024. And it is recommended, and I believe that she is here to speak on her behalf. If you choose to reappoint her, staff recommends a 2-year term, which would be effective February 1st, 2026.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Amy, do you have anything to add?
Just a little bit. I've served on the Open Space Commission for 2 years now, and hopefully I've contributed positively. I happen to be one of the biggest users of Telluride's open space. So I think it's a privilege to be able to serve and to help out.
Great. Amy, thank you very much. Unless there's any public comment or further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Amy Levick to a regular seat on the Open Space Commission for a 2-year term effective February 1st, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Ellen and a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Mian, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Amy, thank you so much for your willingness to continue to serve. It is very much appreciated by all of us. That brings us to appointments to boards and commissions, agenda item 5D, Parks and Recreation Commission, one regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term. And Piper is on this one as well.
Thank you. So this regular seat vacancy is occurring because JJ Ossola, who had served on Parks and Rec for over 8 years, has termed out of his regular seat. So we have Ryan Higgins, who has been serving in an alternate seat and is now applying to elevate to the regular seat vacancy. If you should choose to elevate Mr. Higgins, that would immediately create an alternate seat vacancy, which Mr. Ossola is hoping to fill. So he is termed out of a regular seat, but as you know, their term limits do not apply to alternate seats. So Mr. Ossola is hoping to be appointed to an alternate seat on Parks and Rec, so he may continue to serve on this board. If you choose to elevate Ryan Higgins, and appoint JJ Ossola. It would be up to your discretion whether it be a 1 or 2 year term, but they would be effective immediately. Mr. Ossola is not able to be here today to speak on his behalf, but I believe that Ryan Higgins is.
I don't.
Maybe he's
don't see Ryan.
online.
That's okay.
Okay.
We know them both pretty well, so that's okay. Since neither of them are here to speak, is there anyone in the room to comment on this? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council. Elena?
I guess like with this particular appointment, I wanted to kind of, for the listening public, bring up why we made these term limits. This feels like a little bit of a runaround on what this board is having to do with because of the term limits. We created these term limits to hopefully create new opportunities for different folks to serve on some of these lower boards and commissions, to, get people more involved and just create more movement on whose voices are part of those boards. That's not to say that the members that we have on those boards are not excellent. And I feel like this is a situation of, 2 excellent board members that are kind of being forced to jump through these hoops because of these term limits. And I just thought it was worth acknowledging that this is like a little awkward and a little cumbersome because we made these term limits. But I think fundamentally, we do want to see new faces and new voices apply for some of these positions. And that doesn't mean that we don't already have great people doing the work. So if people are interested in joining some of these boards, please reach out to us. You can always reach out to Piper as well if you want to know what opportunities exist. In the meantime, I think JJ is excellent. I think Ryan is excellent. I'm happy to have them serve again, but I thought that kind of needed a little bit of addressing since this is a little bit of a weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to remind everyone about among that point that Ellen is making, the vacancies are not only read by me. I know we have a large listening audience, but they're also online, and you can go see what boards have openings and how to apply and the deadlines and all that stuff on our website, or contact Piper directly. She'll be happy to help. I see Kristen's hand raised.
My question was just whether this was a county for a county swap, seat wise, because I'm not sure the makeup of the town. There's county, town, county, town.
So this board, Parks and Recreation Commission, allows for 2 county residents to serve. And
Okay.
currently there are 2 county positions. So Ryan Higgins is one of them. So in the event that he would be elevated, the only person who could fill his position would be a town resident. So if that clears things up.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
And I guess I do have a question kind of that came from me having that little moment with the mic. Since the appointment of, hypothetically, of Ryan would create the alternate vacancy, has that alternate vacancy been posted as a vacancy?
No, because it's not a vacant seat yet.
So, I mean, I wonder if we give an opportunity for someone new who might want to serve. I know this is a desirable board to be on. It's one of the fun ones. And I wonder, just before we make a motion, if maybe we should give an opportunity at least until the next council meeting to see if somebody else had some eagerness to serve on that board.
I agree with that. I think you spoke to the inherent problem that we've been trying to fix with term limits on our boards and commissions. And again, to your point, I adore having JJ's voice in these conversations. He's got children in the youth program. He's actively involved in our recreation programming, but we wanted to have new voices. And if we wanted to continue to have the same voices, we wouldn't have term limits. And I think that what we do, I think your recommendation, your suggestion is correct, that we should probably seat the position that was advertised or publicized, and then publicize the alternate seat and see if we do have any additional interest to have other perspectives. Because I think Parks and Rec is an incredible commission, but it is a commission that until recently did feel like it was very sort of singularly voiced. And so I would love to see if there are, if there are people from like different perspectives that might be interested.
And Piper, can you confirm that the only position, just for the listening public, advertised was the vacancy and not the alternate?
Correct, the
because-
regular seat vacancy when JJ's term expired in October, that seat has been being advertised, and Ryan Higgins applied to elevate to that. So the alternate seat has not been vacant.
And we've had no applications other than Ryan since October.
That's correct.
See, that's
Right,
my,
'cause, well, they need to be advertised probably a little better.
right, yeah, but
Yeah.
I understand that, and that's my challenge to, although some of me agrees with Elena and me, and that's my challenge with it. When you have good candidates that are willing to step up and you have advertised an open position and no one has stepped up in 2 months, I lean the other way. Go with a proven commodity and just remind people to apply and pay attention. We mentioned these vacancies, they're advertised. They know, since we had that very heartfelt discussion 2 years ago about putting in these term limits, that we want people to step up, and nobody is.
Well,
And that's why we had Amy on her own reapplying. That's why we had Charles Dalton on his own reapplying. So that's just my opinion. I go either way, but I figured I should say that.
I don't disagree with you. I do think the opportunity for someone new to come on as an alternate feels a lot more attainable than applying for a regular seat. I think, even in my experience, I came on a board as an alternate. I think I would have been intimidated to apply as a regular member, not really knowing the process and feeling there's a little bit to overcome there. And so that's why, because this is an alternate seat, not a regular seat, I feel like maybe some government curious people might be more enticed by, might be more interested in that role versus just jumping straight on as a regular seat.
Right. That's fair. What I think would be very helpful for us now, we're going to put Ashley on the hot seat, because she is even though that council liaison has changed over to Maria, Ashley is the one who's had 2 years experience of being the council liaison. And so I think having her thoughts would be good for us to figure out what we want to do.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. JJ was serving as that board's chair, and obviously his experience is very, great for them to have, and that continuity is something that we've, talked about for all of the boards, and when we were having a discussion about the term limitations and stuff like that. So, my feeling is that because it is an alternate seat, leaving it vacant to offer an opportunity to other people for them to come forward doesn't feel like it's a big deal necessarily to me. I think elevating Ryan from the alternate seat to the regular seat is something that we should do today. But I'm fine at this point giving it another council meeting to see if we get another applicant for that alternate seat, to see if we can get some new people in. I don't know if it's going to change the outcome. I agree with Teddy in that it feels like if it's been up for 2 months and we've only gotten one applicant for the regular seat, I think that most people, being on Parks and Rec isn't as necessarily as demanding or as controversial as some of the other boards. So I think that for the sake of implementing the intentions of the term limits, I think that we should appoint Ryan and then give another cycle, another 3 weeks before we close the alternate seat. And if JJ is the only person that comes up for that alternate seat, I think that he is an excellent asset to the board and would be great to continue as an alternate. That's my 2 cents.
Ashley, thank you. Kristen, you have your hand up?
I agree with Ashley. I would hope that JJ would reapply for that alternate position. And then based on if anyone else applies, it would be who's the best person for the job, not necessarily because someone's new or not. But I understand the intent of getting more people involved. It's important. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments before I ask for a motion?
I just saw, can you elaborate a little on the timeline of how long we've advertised this seat?
Well, so when I say advertise, I mean that they are listed on a place on our website, which might be unaware to general public, or they're read by Teddy. I also send the list of vacancies to Codo every month, and I don't know when they read them. But so the regular seat vacancy has been being advertised since October. There has been no alternate seat vacancy advertised whatsoever because there has not been an alternate vacancy.
Lindsay's dying to say something.
Dying. Also with the change in the newspaper publishing schedule, we haven't had room for ads in the paper, which we've typically run. So to Piper's point, while she does all of her regular work around this, the communication support has not been refined because we had to kind of see how the new cadence went. So we're working on the new content strategy around that. But given that this new alternate seat could be a desirable one, this could be a really good test for us to see what advertising does start drawing more people in.
Can I ask a question just in regards to that? Like, would it make sense for us to use our social media channels to say, board seat available, and really kind of pushing that through those channels? Because I think that might be a little bit more consistent.
That's a hell yeah.
Okay.
But bandwidth has been a little tight.
Sure.
Think.
So yes, there is strategy around how to effectively do this, whether there's time in a prioritization format is the other difficult piece, but we have a lot in place for planning for the next quarter to get some additional folks trained and up to snuff with supporting the communications arm. But yes, social media would be a great avenue for that, and that is part of the plan.
That would be, I think we want, again, I feel like I always keep going back to the last election, but it does feel as though the community wants to hear more from us about anything and everything. And this seems like a place where we're not necessarily excelling because of bandwidth, and that's fine. But I think that if we want those voices and people want to be represented on the boards and commissions, we've got to really try to ensure that everybody has every opportunity possible. So I think again, I adore JJ's voice on this board, but I think that it really does, we should make sure that if anybody else wants to participate, in Telluride government this way, that we give them the opportunity to apply.
Yeah. And we went through content planning with the clerk's department in December, and this was one of the big call outs for one of the places we could improve in clerk's communications.
Okay.
So it's something I'm supporting and we're working towards, but it is fresh. Cool.
Thanks for all those answers.
So the question I have is, Kevin, you might be able to help in motion. Is it a motion if the motion was made in support or denial of Ryan Higgins, is it the same motion that would be in support or denial of JJ Ossola? Or are they independent of one another?
We can also not make a motion for the alternate seat.
Yeah, we can just
Can you skip it?
Ryan, because that creates the vacancy.
Right.
Right now, the vacancy doesn't even exist, right?
We just received an application for,
Oh my God.
Great. This is great.
Okay.
Publicizing open seats apparently seems to work.
Okay. With that and a little clarity, I would entertain a motion unless there's any further discussion or public comment.
Make a motion. I move to approve Ryan Higgins. Move to appoint Ryan Higgins to a regular seat on the Parks and Rec Commission for a 2-year term effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Ryan, you are approved unanimously. Thank you so much for your continued willingness to serve the Parks and Recreation Commission. Piper, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That will bring us to agenda item number 6, consent calendar. I trust everyone has reviewed the minutes and designation listed in 6A, 6B, and 6C. And unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
So moved. I
We have
move to approve consent calendar.
We have a motion from Kristen. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from me. And Kristen, how do you vote?
Kristen, yes.
Me and yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Yeah.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. At this point in time, we have to go a little bit backwards and in our agenda. I want to say that I know that there are people sitting in this room whose agenda item is delayed and the agenda item we're moving to was delayed. And we really appreciate everybody's flexibility for shuffling some things around. So we are going to move back to work sessions, agenda item 2C, and that is the update on the comprehensive plan. And we've got the project consultants and Kristen Clothier here to present.
Great. Thank you so much. So as we wrap up phase 1 of our 3-phase year-long comprehensive planning process, I thought it would be important to have our consulting team provide an update to Town Council to reflect back on phase 1 implementation and deliverables and to look forward to next steps as we move into phase 2. Joining us today are Megan Moore, Senior Community Planner with Logan Simpson, Sophie Frankenberg, Associate Community Planner with Logan Simpson, and I will have them introduce the rest of their team members when I hand it off to Megan. Before I do, I just want to say thank you to the consulting team, to our Historic Preservation Planning and Building staff, and to the town's communications manager, and in addition, and most importantly, to the entire community of Telluride for all your collective contributions to the comprehensive planning process thus far. We look forward to working with you in phases 2 and 3. And I will now hand this off to Megan Moore, who is the point for this project on our consulting team. Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen, and thank you, Mayor and Council. We will try to be quicker than planned this afternoon for you. But we do have a couple agenda items that we just wanted to talk about quite quickly. The first is just kind of a recap on where we are in the process, where we are to date. I know you've got some folks in the room that are new to council, and we were unsure how much they've been involved in the process. So we'll give a little bit of update on that. Sophie, I'll talk quickly about what we've heard so far from the public events, mostly in July and October timeframes. And then Ben will walk all of us through the existing condition snapshots. We've got that loaded up into kind of a GIS dashboard. So it's a little bit more interactive. It's a little bit more fun. And we wanted to show it to you all before it went public. We've got a couple key questions for you all in response to those existing conditions. And then we'll be done for the day. With that, the rest of our team, so Ben Osterling is also on the phone, and he'll be the one to walk us through existing conditions and the mapping and analysis. On the phone, we also have David Becker from RRC. He's focused on market and economics. And then we have Miles Graham of GBSM. So I know many of you probably recognize his face. He's kind of got his hands in the loop of a lot of different projects. And so we lean on him for a little bit of local knowledge as well. We also have Sarah McLean from Western Spaces on the team for housing. And then FHU and Rocio Ramirez are on the team for transportation. So where we are in the process, like Kristen said, we're trying to close out phase 1 and move into phase 2. There's a little bit of overlap between the two as we kind of take the findings from data and analysis, findings from what we've heard from public feedback, and start moving into what the plan might look like. So phase 1 really focused on getting word out to the community, getting word out, but also taking comments from the public on what are the key issues, what are the key opportunities. Now, a lot of the conversation this morning was focused on some of those, right? Revolving around economic diversity. And so we've taken all that feedback. You'll see at the end of January as well, more of a robust public outreach summary as well. And we're starting to move into, okay, we've gotten all this feedback. What does that look like for the rest of the plan? What are the goals and policies that we need to include? Where are our key opportunities locationally? What does land use look like, et cetera? And so that's what we'll be focusing on in the next couple months. And then finalization of that plan document, finalization of land use will happen further along in spring and into summer. Just some key highlights from phase 1. You'll see on the right, I won't go through everyone, but we did do a lot of events trying to get word out. We did have an online questionnaire. Sophie will kind of hit some of the numbers that we're seeing from responses. But the purpose of this, like I said, was one, to get word out, hear about issues and opportunities, but also reaffirm the community vision that you've got in place now. And it was just kind of a touch base on what folks thought of that, if it's still applicable or if it needed to be changed. And then make sure that folks were still in line with principles of livability. So through July and October, we did one-on-one conversations, drop-in sessions throughout town, and some roundtable events.
Thought I was going to be able to unmute myself. But so as Megan mentioned, the first phase has really been all about reconfirming that vision statement and the core values that were identified in the vision plan a few years ago. During the first in-person engagement series, that week-long series back in July, we were able to hear from or touch base with around 483 people. That included residents, visitors, employees, business owners. It also includes the boards and commissions that we requested input from, our advisory committee, department heads and leads, and more. We really started to see some key themes kind of rise to the top, a lot of which are quite aligned with those principles of livability. You see housing and affordability absolutely top of mind for people within Telluride, followed by community and equity. So what does that community character and community spirit feel like? Followed by sustainability and environment. Heard a lot about that today even. And then transportation and infrastructure. You'll also see that culture and identity rose to the top, and services, arts, events, and so on. We also asked how people felt about the core values, which are most important to you. Seeing quite a good spread on those 3 core values, but really hearing from the community that identifying what those core values mean is going to be really essential in putting together this comprehensive plan. We also asked if the vision statement, the current vision statement as identified in the vision plan, whether or not that is relevant. Do you still feel like that is a correct statement today? In the in-person engagement, you do see that majority of people felt like that was highly applicable, which means that we're still on the right track in regard to the vision. To supplement these numbers, as Megan said, we had another few day engagement series in October where we heard from about 100 more people. That was through various roundtable events, really diving in, making sure that this dashboard that we're looking at right now still feels true and that we heard people correctly. The online questionnaire was out for a few months. We received 357 responses, asked very similar questions to those that we asked in person. You'll see that the vision statement is probably a little bit of a difference from the in-person. People do still feel as if it's applicable. There may be some opportunity to revise or dig in a little bit deeper as to what that vision statement truly means when we get into goals, policies, strategies, and actions. But you do see the spread of the elements are very similar. So housing and affordability still very much top of mind for those respondents. Sustainability and environment, community and equity, still those are kind of our top 3 mentions in our open-ended responses. And then culture, identity, transportation, infrastructure following that. So as we mentioned, we started to see some of those key themes rise to the top, which do align very, very well with those principles of livability. One biggest difference in the way in which we started to see ideas and comments come back is that infrastructure and housing really should be considered together. Housing is part of the community infrastructure, therefore we should be considering it holistically and how it ties into the other components. Community character is still very much a major theme for the town. Environment and recreation, also a very important theme, and then economy and identifying what should the town of Telluride's economy look like in the future. Those are all connected by those core values. So really diving in and trying to understand what does connected, authentic, and sustainable mean for the town of Telluride in regard to these planned themes. This organization is just the start of putting together the comprehensive plan. So as we move into phase 2 and 3, we'll start to get into these themes even more. Today, Ben is going to share the existing condition snapshots, which we have organized by these plan themes as well. So in the final comprehensive plan, you'll see these come to light in some way, shape, or form. They may be a little bit more fun chapter titles than just infrastructure and housing, community, so on. But you will see these carried throughout into the plan development. So before I pass it over to Ben to walk us through the really fun, engaging dashboard that we've put together, we want to kind of bring these key questions up for your consideration as we walk through all of this data. The first is being, as we're looking through all of these plan themes, is there data that you expected to see that it wasn't included? Again, it's going to be a high-level overview of this, so we may have that data, it just isn't highlighted. We want to know, is there something that we missed? Is there anything that you want to see more enhancement or analysis on? Of course, we will try our best to meet those wishes, but just keep that in mind if you feel like a point needs to be elevated even further. And then if there's anything that surprised you, we took in a lot of inputs from a lot of different community members and the town, the county. So there's a lot of information and we tried to put it together in a way that really shares a comprehensive picture in regard to each of those themes. So if anything surprised you, we want to know, we want to talk about it. So with that, Ben, I will stop sharing and you can take the screen.
Awesome. Let me get situated here. Can y'all see my screen?
Kinda.
Not yet.
Oh,
Yes, we can.
awesome. Sweet. So thanks for the introduction and kickoff, Sophie and Megan. I'm hoping I can get you excited about what I'm going to show you. I don't think I'll quite get you out of your seats, but I can hope. So just a couple of points before I kind of jump into each of these plan elements for this existing condition snapshot, this portion of the 2026 comprehensive plan for Telluride. The reason we decided to go ahead and build something like this that I'm going to show you is a little bit from a couple different reasons. One, from our team's perspective, we think this is a really exciting way for people who maybe haven't engaged yet in phase 1 to engage in phase 2 and really explore that existing condition snapshot that is Telluride under those different planning elements that you're seeing at the top. So the economy, the community character, environment, recreation, infrastructure, and housing. But it's also a little bit of a conversation that we've had with Planning Commission and planning staff of how can we get people excited, involved? How can we let the public dig just a little bit deeper? And it kind of just helps us go beyond that static document that sometimes can go and sit on a shelf and die once it's kind of made and then we move on. But this is kind of that living atlas, for lack of a better term, for Telluride for these big plan elements. So I'm going to go through each, and then at the end, Sophie kind of posed those questions. I think just from a timing perspective, I can go back after I'm done presenting, and we can click on each tab and kind of have that conversation a little bit more in depth. But without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of show everybody what we've been doing this far. So once this is all draft, I will say you'll see a lot of text and setup in these different elements. This is still draft, as I just mentioned, and so I'm really going to actually focus on the spatial components and the data that we've collected as we continue to refine key takeaways and introduction in that narrative through these chapters later in January and so forth. So you'll see as I scroll, kind of like glass over those really quickly, and so we can really focus on kind of the interactive component of this update. So once this goes live, there's a bit of an introduction. It's a simplistic homepage of just letting people know what this 2026 comprehensive plan is for Telluride, how people can interact and jump in at different phases, what those events are. So a little bit of just a overall cohesive understanding of what the comprehensive plan is, what's going on, and kind of who is Telluride. And then we can go to each of these chapters or these planning elements at the top. And so the first stop will go to the economy. And so the way these are going to be set up, as I mentioned, is there's sort of an introduction to get people familiar with, again, if they're not, with certain elements of a bit of an introduction and overview that our sub-consultants have done a really awesome job kind of pulling together, from economy to transportation to housing. And then we want to preface kind of really quick graphics and key takeaways, so people who, again, might not be familiar with certain challenges, opportunities, things that make Telluride really great, they can kind of dive into that information through a narrative form before kind of throwing this data at you. So for our first dashboard, we have the economy. And so with this one, you're going to have a lot of that more high level data that we've gathered. And I think what's really exciting is I kind of list the sources for different data as I go through them. You'll notice that a lot of this data is coming from the planning department. It's coming from the business licenses and STR program. It's coming from US Census. So it's kind of bringing all this together into one place, so someone from the public can come in and see how it all overlaps and start to kind of get an understanding, again, of those opportunities that they want to see as we go into the plan development. So a lot of this data might seem maybe more familiar or obvious to some, but I think when you get to see it spatially on the map, it kind of adds that extra insight. And it's been really fun from my perspective to take those kind of static documents from different planning departments or different departments at the town and kind of turn those into a spatial element. So kind of jumping into the first one. So a big one, obviously, with the economy is lodging and STR data. And so we have these bubbles, and as you zoom in, you'll notice on the left, these charts will change. So this makes it really easy for, as people kind of explore around the town, you'll get automatic updates of how many STR kind of general permits are in that area, or how many hotel rooms are in that area as well. So you sort of can make that comparison from a lodging perspective of which town can kind of house how much and where. And then we pulled in also the data for business permits. So this one, turn off the lodging and STR. So at the top, you get to use and kind of manipulate all these, but we took the city business types and we aggregated them into these bubbles. So what's cool is to make it also easier. So a lot of this is going to be a lot of comparison and play. So if you want to just see where the services, where those active business permits are for service categories, you can click that filter and you automatically get that count. There's 166 in my map view, and you can kind of get that spatial understanding of where those are. Same goes for those other categories. So we could switch to retail, see where those are. It kind of helps you with that heat map and that understanding, where even in a small town, it kind of is cool to see, again, where those areas kind of pop up, especially when, again, we go into that next stage of plan development to understand those opportunities. But on top of kind of things that are more local, we also have the businesses in here that have a permit in Telluride but might be outside. So what's cool is we also have these town filters kind of built into these different maps for communities in San Miguel. So for example, if we want to go to Norwood, I can kind of click that and get an understanding of maybe what business licenses are there as well. One thing that we can do too is kind of turn on a comparison of San Miguel County jobs. So this is from Census, the US Census data. And so we can click on each one and kind of get a breakdown of, there's a bunch of different stats in here from age to wage to employment, everything that they report. So kind of can give a quick snapshot. And if we go back to Telluride, we can kind of see that spatial component of, again, how many jobs at a high level are being kind of spatially spread out throughout the region. And if you zoom in, it kind of gives you those totals as well. So another kind of comparison that you can make on top of diving into some more of the different business permits and active licenses. And I should mention, I don't think I did, this is all public data. We've pulled in all public data. So none of this is something that someone can't go and find on their own. We wanted to make it, make sure that we're being really careful in that respect as well. So from the economy perspective, those are a couple of the layers that we've pulled in so far. So again, as we're thinking about those questions that Sophie posed, what are some ones, and there's going to be limitations. We can't turn everything into a spatial format. But what are some things that you think would be really helpful going forward? And again, we'll build on these and we'll create data for the opportunities through plan development. But again, from an existing condition snapshot, what might be interesting to kind of compare with these other things? I'm going to move on to community character. So again, we kind of have that introduction text, and we kind of kick this one off. We have two dashboards on this one. This one's for people to kind of refamiliarize themselves with the zoning and existing land use. So this one is a comparison map where as you drag on one of them, the other one follows suit. And down, there's automatic acreages that update of where you are in town and kind of what the land use for zoning breakdown is. So future land use is a part of what we'll be talking about later on in this process. So this kind of helps people refamiliarize themselves with what's kind of going around town, and you can kind of compare different areas in a really easy and high level way. And moving down to this dashboard, we really start to kind of look at the infrastructure and construction that's been happening in Telluride, especially in the last decade. So this one combines a couple of different attributes. One is the building permits by year. So this is going back to 2024. And so this was provided by the Telluride Building Department. And then we have historic structures, which was provided by historic preservation. And so with this one, as you zoom in, what can be cool is you can start to kind of compare. These charts will update building permits by year. So how many in your view are from 2016, 2020? So you can start to kind of see how Telluride's been transitioning over the last decade from a physical infrastructure perspective. And then we also have something that might be familiar to a lot of you. We have kind of the historic structures and the different breakdowns for those as well. So local landmarks, if they're contributing, non-contributing with qualifications, kind of, et cetera. So you can kind of see where those compare, but also in the context of the Telluride National Historic Landmark District. Couple more layers in this one. We have land opportunity, which is just kind of giving a brief overview of different kind of land components. So we have county-owned land in yellow. This is from San Miguel's assessor's data. We have town-owned land in green, private-owned vacant land, and then vacant open space as well. And so just kind of giving you a picture of some of those opportunities, or kind of that spread of land in Telluride. And then the last one, again, is what can be helpful is if you then compare kind of that land use that we showed above with maybe building permits or historic. It's kind of interesting to see maybe one thing is happening in one land use more than another, and kind of, again, create those conversations. So I've got two more. The next one is environment and recreation. And so we know that the Climate Action Plan was recently done, and this is a really big component and a really awesome plan. And so we want to incorporate that more. And so right now, the dashboard that I'm going to show you is more focused on kind of that recreation component, but we want to kind of figure out how we can add some different analysis to kind of help take the data and the work that was done in that plan and illustrate that in Telluride in some manners, so we can kind of build from there when we go to those opportunities and challenges. So this one is in 3D, just to kind of help with that, the obvious environmental component of the topography, surrounding Telluride. This one is sort of cool because it does combine town perceived risk assessments. So we took the San Miguel all mitigation hazard plan. And so if you go to different communities in your view, it actually gives you a breakdown of kind of the wildfire potential dangers. So it's a 4 in Mountain Village, and it's also a 4 in Telluride, but also severe weather, extreme winter conditions, avalanches, rockfall, landslides, flooding, drought. And so you can also go to Ophir, or you could go to Norwood, and you can also see those perceived risks change once you go to that community. So you can see a little bit lower for some and a little bit higher for others when we go to Norwood. But one thing to kind of look at the different elements from a hazard perspective, and again, building off of the great work that's already been done in the valley and the region. And then on top of that, we also have the different trails that you can view. So we have the ski runs, obviously, from Mountain Village. I'll turn those on. Designated kind of by the difficulty. We have from the Telluride Nordic Association, we have the winter trails that kind of become available on the open space, which is cool. And it's nice to just see where all those connections happen. Again, it's about kind of bringing all these data sets into one place. And then we also have the trails from San Miguel County of those additional managed trails and greens. So again, just building this geo database that we will hand off to the city at the end with all of these existing conditions, but how they all kind of interact and talk to each other in one kind of spatial environment is pretty cool. I could spend a long time playing around in here. But the last one, land ownership. So again, kind of getting an understanding of what is that ownership. So this one's also from San Miguel County. So we have local land in blue, we have private or exempt land kind of in this tan, and then we have kind of the USFS or federal land in green. So again, just like showing people that might not be as familiar, don't look at maps as often as I do, what actually are the constraints and those opportunities from an ownership perspective, from a land perspective, from a management perspective. So I think it's a really helpful way for anyone from the public to feel like they can jump in and not be overwhelmed by planning jargon or things of that nature. So last one, and a pretty exciting one and a big one. So infrastructure and housing. So this one houses, no pun intended there, our housing dashboard, and then also our transportation dashboard. So for housing, we've got a couple ones here. I'll kind of start off because for each tool, there's different kind of bells and whistles you can turn on. If you go to the regional housing utilization metrics, you can kind of click on this little interactive chart and it'll show you a breakdown of the housing utilization year round, seasonal and vacant, and then total housing units kind of being contributed. And that's looking at Norwood being at the highest housing utilization and Mountain Village being at the lowest, and then looking at that seasonal and vacant spread, and then also kind of that total contribution of units from each area as well. For this one, we have housing filters. So a couple of charts that I think are pretty cool that also, again, kind of interact with you as you zoom in on the map. One nice constraint is we do have a level of privacy where if you zoom in too close, things do turn off. So people aren't zooming in too close, and we can kind of play with that extent as well. But for this one, we have, again, those short-term rentals being that big conversation as one. Another one, we have the what is the ownership by parcel kind of matrix. And so this was just taking county assessors data again, but looking at where the ownership is from that parcel. So I just did a quick looking at, is the owner in Telluride, or is the owner outside of Telluride? Are they in San Miguel, are they outside of San Miguel County? What is that extent? And then you can start to see just that general heat map of what a lot of people already know. But again, I think it's that powerful message of exploring it on a map really helps kind of paint that conversation in that picture. And as you zoom into different parts of town, and again, it turns off if we get too close, these metrics will change so you can get an idea of STRs, kind of the ownership by parcel spread. And this is all residential, by the way, so it's not showing businesses that don't have any attached dwelling units or units inside. And then we also have community housing. So this one's a fun one too, of all the great kind of deed restriction and work the town's done. So if we go to community housing, again, kind of looking at the bubbles of town constructed units in green, we have mitigation units, we have employee dwelling units, and kind of multifamily as well. So again, just showing also some of the really cool progress of the units that the town's really dedicated to building for the community. So I think that one's also really fun. And then the last one is kind of just a general character spread. So it's just structures, again, kind of crosswalking the assessor's data to condense them down into what types of residential are in Telluride. And so this one's, again, just more to kind of show that fabric of a lot of single family residential, condos coming in second, multifamily or mixed use with residential. So some of those buildings on Colorado Ave having, maybe some businesses, but also some units to house people in. So again, just kind of looking at that general spread of what is the makeup around town. And so there's an asterisk with all this data. Obviously, our stuff is only as good as what we can get from existing things such as San Miguel County and whatnot. But again, I think it really helps that painting that conversation to get everything started. So last one, hopefully you're not getting tired of me talk quite yet, is transportation. And so this one's, I think, is just really fun because there's just some really kind of unique data sets to kind of explore because a lot of that's more of that infrastructure. It's right in town, but what's that regional connection? And I think when we talk about regional connection, what's going to be really exciting moving forward is what else can we add or find for data to kind of create those regional pictures and opportunities that we've been talking about all day today. And kind of put that on the dashboard to kind of show that framework or that optimism for the future. But with that being said, so we've incorporated the different routes. So this one's kind of nice from just even the San Miguel Authority for Regional Transportation, is we have all those bus routes and we have kind of the bus fares that kind of populate. So even some information that might not be totally like unique to the it's kind of fun just to populate it here and then kind of see, okay, let's turn on the smart transit routes. So we got all these color coded by their destination, where they end up, where they go. And then we can look at something like average or annual average daily traffic that CDOT tracks. So turn that off for a minute and we can see, if I turn on the legend from highways, very low traffics in that kind of lighter green going all the way up to very high traffic in red. So we can see, something that we might all expect is along that highway going into Telluride is red, is that traffic constraint as we move out, or on those maybe local roads or not even major roads, but don't see as much traffic, how that kind of changes throughout the county, which is really cool. And then again, it's all about kind of layering and coming up with those data points that you want to see overlap. We can look at crash reports also from CDOT. So seeing incidents from around the county as well, can layer that with the smart transit to see if, maybe there's some influence there. You can layer it with the annual average daily traffic on those higher roads. You'd probably expect those bubbles to be there. And then you can also, again, just kind of click to each town if you want to quickly to see where that bus stop goes, where the routes are along the way. But again, just some of that high level first information to, again, start these conversations moving forward out of phase 1 into phase 2. So I think I've probably used most of my time there. I'll quickly mention before we kind of dive maybe back through some of these. There's 2 more tabs in here that I'm just going to highlight really quickly. The phase 1 foundation is something that Sophie and Megan mentioned that will be coming out later, kind of summarizing that all, but it's all kind of right here in this hub, which is really nice. So it's a quick scrolling story map. So it makes it really easy just to scroll through and see what we've been doing all the way back in the summer, in the fall until now, what public events we were at. So people can kind of be like, oh, that's where they were. I saw that. Maybe they'll be around somewhere I'm around next time. And then we have the get involved to also kind of just really be redundant in the process of making sure people at all avenues are able to kind of find what that next point of contact they can engage with is. Whew. Okay. I'm gonna stop talking now. Sophie or Megan, did I miss anything you want to add, or can we kind of open it up to that larger discussion?
I think we can probably open it up to a larger discussion and then we'll close out with some next steps.
Lovely.
Kristen, do you want that to go back through you? Do you want us to open up questions? How would you like us to go?
Sure. So I believe, so first, I just want to make sure that I state this really clearly to the public and to town council, that everything that was just shown, I wanted to make sure that you as town council is looped in on progress by our consulting team, the types of things they're working on, the direction they're going in, the data they're collecting from public sources, how they're mapping and visualizing that. But I do want you to know that all of this is draft that will be fully vetted by staff. We have a leadership team that will review every word, every aspect of what you're seeing. It's a work in progress. So I just want to sort of put that caveat in. I think Ben spoke to that at the beginning, but I just wanted to emphasize it at the end. And then ultimately, this will be released to the public once that review process has taken place. But this is that existing conditions, data, fact-based, just information that we will then base phase 2 and phase 3 of the comprehensive plan on. So I just wanted to make sure I stated that this is a work in progress and there's a lot of work we'll be doing together to take it to the level of the tool that it will be as we move forward in the next steps. In terms of facilitating, I think Megan, you had talked about doing so. What I would suggest is let's turn off the draft maps, all of that, the data, so that we can see all of you consultants on the screen and perhaps have a conversation and perhaps go back to those initial questions that you had raised with town council to collect any input you'd like to see. And I know we need to wrap up fairly soon, so utilize the time in the way you think best, Megan.
Yeah, just to highlight those 3 questions again, was there any data that you expected to see that wasn't included? Was there anything that you'd like to see more of, see more enhancements or drilling down a little bit further? And anything that surprised you?
Good question. Any comments from council?
I just had a technical question, which is what is the frequency of the labor reporting and the population studies? So CPS is probably monthly, or is that annual?
I was-
can go ahead.
Go ahead, David. I was waiting for you to jump in.
Okay. Yeah, so with regards to population, there's US Census and there's Colorado State Demography Office. Both of those are annual. There, with regards to labor, there's multiple different data series there. Most of them are annual. There's a data set called QCW, Quarterly Census of Employment and Wages, which is quarterly, and that's about a 6-month lag. Other measures are even as frequent as monthly sales tax, for example, which you, of course, would be very familiar with. So, for instance, if there's interest in tracking very recent economic developments in Telluride, one could sort of look at different measures to sort of focus particularly on the more recent ones to kind of understand how things have been evolving recently.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a heat map of some of the impact of the endogenous shock of, what's going on.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I think you kind of touched on the question that I had. I think all of the data that's on there is really interesting. I think it could also be interesting to have a little bit more sale or just tax data under the economy tab. I think that sometimes is a lot of the curiosity of the public is, well, what, do we have money to spend on a gondola? So I think maybe having some trackers of what our sales tax collections are, maybe some information about property tax, things for our special taxing districts. I don't know how in depth we want to get, but I do think, I'm thinking about this being a utility for the public to feel informed. And that was like one of the pieces that I felt like maybe they weren't getting the information that they might want. That specifically even came up this morning, some people asking about what our funds look like. So I don't think we need to get too in detail, but I think like generally kind of seeing what our tax numbers are like and, you know, how does a slow snow year with a strike compare to a normal year, and people being able to find those answers on their own and not having to come to us to seek that information out would be very helpful.
And I'm just going to jump in with a plug because the tourism board
There you
has
go.
a very in-depth economic dashboard that we've
Right.
had for years. And I think one-stop shop is helpful,
Yeah.
but obviously we have that data compiled over a significant period of time that they could pull from or look at. So we're not, we already have that data collectors working and we could probably put that into
Yeah.
place.
Well, and I mean, all of this data is coming from other places. We're just compiling in a way that's easy to digest and to visualize. So I think we take that same data that already exists and make it match the color scheme and put it on there. So yeah, consolidating all this information, I think would be really helpful for the public.
And that was, I was going to say exactly what Zoe said. I think the other data point that I would love to see, and I feel like it maybe is a little bit of scope creep, so you can also push back on me on this, but I think I would love to actually like look at a little bit more of the livability like in here and specific to like grocery costs in particular. I know the USDA has sort of like a shopping cart methodology where, you know, whatever, there's a list of groceries essentially, and the price point is compared from region to region. So I would love to maybe see more of that information included. And again, if that's scope creep, like push back on me. But I think looking at that, looking at daycare costs, really kind of analyzing, I can give a whole list to you, Kristen, if you want to know sort of what the data points are that I think are going to be useful. Okay. But I think while we're doing this, I think that's what we're trying to do is set the future community up for success. And we're going to need to figure out how to make people afford to live here. Yeah. Always.
I thought everything really impressive and well done to this point. So thank you. My only comment, and granted, maybe brain power isn't my strong suit with everything that's going on, but I do realize that, you know, with a lot of the local community, the time that they'll spend on this website, if it's used as their information source, may not have the time to take the real deep dive into a lot of the data points that were highlighted, and just want to make sure that, you know, there's the way to get the point across for the subsections, that there's kind of a summary that really informs everybody, and then how you encourage them to take the next step to dive in if they have the time. But if they don't, they really get a good understanding of what that segment's about. That was my only concern. It could be because I'm having trouble following it, seeing it for the first time. But for me, it was more functionality of that website than the content that you put in.
And
I think-
absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Kristen.
I was just going to say, this is going to be the live interactive component of the comprehensive plan. So you can picture existing conditions and then all the other parts of the comprehensive plan that is live and based on current data. We also will absolutely have both the summary document available digitally and print, and then also the full comprehensive plan available in that way as well. So for those who are less inclined to spend time digitally exploring, we will also have that document that people can have a copy of and refer to, pointing them towards more information in areas that they're interested in. So absolutely both is part of the plan.
Right. And both online. I'm not worried about outside of the website. I think the
Oh, great.
majority of I would like to think the majority of our public can have access some way
Great.
to see it if they could. It was more the steps within the current website.
Yeah. Perfect.
That if someone didn't want to really dive into the real-time data or whatever that is, and they just needed to see a summary that they knew they could comment on, that would be helpful for everybody, because I don't want to lose people in the details to then not get through the website and miss stuff. And I think both things would maybe be helpful, just because we're just in that information overload stage, and I don't want to overload them with something to then lose a valid point from somebody.
And I'll just
think
jump
that's
into
really
that for
important.
the economic dashboard. There is an executive summary is the first page that pulls some of the main data points. So maybe that would be a good example to use.
And one thing I wasn't having the consultants do because it's a work in progress is I didn't let them go slowly through those intros where there will be the summary information that is working to be developed. And then there'll also be sections for each that is sort of what comes from this data, what might be next steps, things to consider. But again, early stages. But I think that's a really, really important point as we try to share this with the public. And I know that Sophie and team are working on a next survey for the community. And perhaps there's a way to have, the summary information and the survey take sort of the next steps for input in a really straightforward, quick and easy way for people to keep sharing. If
Great.
that sounds good.
Dan, both Dan and Ashley have their hands up. I'll start with Dan and then we'll get to Ashley.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great resource and tool for all of us and for the community who are interested. I know Kathy Green on Planning and Zoning has been looking for this type of map since this process started, and I think this exceeds her wildest dreams. It definitely, for me, is a great resource, and I'm happy to see a lot of data compiled here. I do just want to encourage our conversation to perhaps remain more focused now on this next phase for us at council and our consultants. This data is great. Those of us on council, we all like our data driven, data heavy. We like looking and analyzing, but at a certain point, we can look at data that shows Telluride is unaffordable till we're blue in the face. And we have lots of that. So now I do really want to start pushing us to move to that second phase of what do we do with this data? How do we address these issues that we're seeing, and how do we start having conclusive plans as part of our comprehensive plans to make those next steps and see progress on these issues that we're facing. So I appreciate what the rest of council is saying, but I think I'm ready to continue to move forward on to the next phase of our planning process here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Ashley?
Yeah, I agree with what Dan just said. And I think that, yeah, sometimes overload of data and just analyzing things can get in the way of actually making progress. To that end, I appreciate that we are going to do the next phase of surveying, which I think is, could possibly be a 4-letter word right now in our community. But I think that along with the survey, I would hope that, we could get together and look at maybe there are some, invitation type discussions that we could have where we're actually reaching out to people and directly getting information from them rather than just relying on the, self-imposed survey taking. I think that could also be really beneficial for us to identify specific stakeholders and get groups of people together where we're actually, asking them direct questions rather than relying on them to just do a survey. And that would just be my only input. I hope that that's already part of the plan and that we're going to move forward with that. But I think that I'm obviously very impressed with this data set as presented to us. And I personally can't wait to kind of dive into it myself. I think that there's going to be a lot of information there, but I look forward to our second mountain in the 3 mountains that we have to climb.
Great. Thank you, Ashley. Kristen, I see your hand up.
Hi, thanks. Great presentation. It's kind of mind blowing to see it. I don't know if this is the first time for everyone seeing it or just for me. Everyone?
For everyone.
Okay, cool. It's super cool. I would like to see more survey participants, whether it's, asking, like Ashley said, more direct questions to people without just a blanket survey. Maybe we advertise the survey better, just so we have a broader set of respondents instead of just 483. I think that was the number. As far as just looking at some basic stuff, in your community character section where you're describing all of the buildings and stuff, I think our community of Telluride is more, I feel like it's referred more to the people than to the landscape or the buildings themselves. So I was wondering if maybe we could use a different word there or just look at that in a different way as a heading. And that's all for right now. Thanks.
Great. Kristen, thank you very much. Before I open it up for public comment, any further questions from council? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this presentation? Seeing none, Tiffany, are any hands raised online? All right, seeing none, any last comments for the group that has shifted their schedule around? I want to make sure that I say thank you to everybody, Kristen and the entire team on Zoom. I know the timing shifted for you and I appreciate your flexibility. Do you have any last comments or thoughts for us as council before we wrap up?
I think we have just one more, which is just talking about our next steps. You heard a handful of items that are going to be released for public review, including our phase 2 kickoff, which we want to officially kick off and to Councilmember Enright's comment earlier, get going and then really start to put this into action. So stay tuned for phase 2 official kickoff, which will include additional in-person engagement efforts. We will be also releasing the phase 1 summary after Planning Commission is able to review along with this existing condition snapshot. So after a few rounds of review, we'll be excited to release that for public as well. By no means is phase 2 going to be held up by the release of those. I assure you that we are working behind the scenes and starting to put together a plan outline and start to get into some of those goals and policies as well. So just wanted to leave it on that. And then Megan, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
No, I appreciated all the comments on data, so we'll take a look and see what's easier to pull in. As well as balancing that with being able to move forward, right? Not getting stuck in this section, but utilizing the information we have to then set up goals and policies. And on the outreach side of things, absolutely, we'll continue to try to reach as many voices as we can. I like the invitation idea. And we will plan to do another survey or questionnaire, as well as additional meetings. So we will keep you posted on when those are. We might ask for some assistance in getting word out. But yeah, look forward to the next few months.
That's great. I just will wrap up by saying, please stay in touch with Kristen and Zoe and Lindsay on, I'll just call it local happenings, to make sure that when we set you up for reaching out to the public, we're doing so in a good time frame. Albeit I don't really know what that means other than that, but turns out we got a lot going on here. So thank you very much for your time, Kristen. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you. And we will keep moving forward on the agenda and try to get back on track with agenda item 7. That is public hearing 7A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, formerly Telluride Family Housing, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. Allie just ran down the stairs and she is here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. This item shouldn't be very long and should look very familiar to you. We've had this property before us several times. First for a request to re-tier the unit, and now this is the second reading and public hearing on an ordinance that would allow the town to sell the unit. If anyone has any questions about the background, if you want the public to rehear exactly what's going on with this unit, I'm happy to give an explanation again. Otherwise, this ordinance has already been introduced at the last meeting, and this is just for a potential adoption of that ordinance, which again only authorizes the town to resell the unit. The unit was purchased on December 31st, 2025, so the town is the current owner of the unit.
Great, Allie, thank you very much for that update. Any questions from council in terms of how, if you want any reintroduction or further summary from Allie and other discussions per this agenda item? Kristen, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that we're really lucky that the seller wants to sell to a town employee, that it's not the town choosing to sell to a town employee. I just wanted to clarify that for the listening audience, because I know the talk of the town employee was a big part of the conversation last meeting. So thanks for that time.
Great, Kristen. Thank you very much. Any further discussion or questions from council? Seeing none, since this is a public hearing, is there anyone in the room for public comments? Seeing none, Tiffany, anybody online? Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion on this public hearing item.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of 911 East Colorado Avenue.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from me. And Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Me and yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ali, thank you very much.
As promised, very short. Thank you.
Okay. Moving right along, agenda item number 8, action items. Consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, joining the Colorado Retirement Association. Julia's been bouncing around the back for quite some time and finally has her opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. I will try to beat Ally and make this even shorter. I'm here in front of you today presenting agenda item 8A, approval of a resolution joining the Colorado Retirement Association. The memo in your packet provides some good background information on this. This item will complete a 2025 Town Council goal and objective to be the employer of choice and a sub-goal of retaining and attracting a quality workforce. So we engaged in this RFQ process earlier late last year. So we've wrapped that up and we are recommending joining the CRA, Colorado Retirement Association, based off of our due diligence and the people who submitted the RFQ, which included our current provider. So I'm not going to add much more. There is a sample motion in your memo. If there are any questions, I'm happy to field those. That's all I have for you.
Julia, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Maria?
Just wanted to check that there's, most likely there is, but an option to buy really low cost index funds or ETF funds versus mutual funds.
There is an option to buy low-cost mutual funds. As far as ETFs, you would be able to do that via the self-directed option. So CRA operates under investment policy statement. They're a fiduciary, so they have a board that picks these investments to ensure that they're high quality, low cost, good performing vehicles for their participants to utilize. Anybody who wants to go outside that suite of recommended investments can do so as well on their own.
Great. And do you have a sense of how many basis points that or, what percent they're charging? I know the overall is 0.25, but do you know for the low cost mutual funds for like the S&P index?
They vary depending on the fund. So there's going to be some higher cost funds like your small caps, usually a little bit more specialized, but on average, they run around 40 basis points or less.
Okay. Index funds, people.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Julia from council? Seeing none, since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, anybody online? Like to double check that? Okay, unless there is any further discussion amongst council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, in favor of a membership in the Colorado Retirement Association for Town Employee Retirement Plans, effective January 6th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Maria. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. That motion is approved unanimously. Julia, thank you very much.
Everyone.
Okay.
Thanks, Julia.
That brings us to action item number 8. 8B, consideration of approval of a revocable encroachment permit, REP 25-05 for Hanson 2021 Family Trust to amend the REP 2011-01 recorded under reception number 416775 and transferred under reception number 440065 to include an existing encroachment previously named under REP 1996-13, recorded under reception number 416775 for the benefit of the property generally described as 131 East Gregory and known as Lot D1R, Hanson Small Scale Subdivision according to the replat of lots B, Gregory Condominium C and D1 Block A Halls Addition and Block B North Addition to Town of Telluride recorded 12/31/2012. Plat Book 1, page 4572 to 4574, and declarations at 426351. Kathy Knight is here to present, but before we get started, I just want to mention to council, there was a point in time that this currently, this property is for sale. There was a point in time months ago where I had represented a contract on this property representing the buyer, not the owner. That contract is terminated and not in effect anymore. So there's no benefit to me for this decision. I'm comfortable participating in the discussion, but I wanted to bring it up to see if other council members had an objection for me to participate, and happy to hear that. And Kevin Geiger is also aware I discussed it.
I don't have an objection, but I just, out of curiosity, I know, and you could just tell me how this works a little more in your industry. Realtors, I understand there is normally a time constraint on those contracts, correct? And that's pretty usual for that to expire.
So what the time contract is for this specifically is that representing the buyer, who is not a party to this consideration, had the property under contract to purchase. I can't remember the exact date, but the contract was terminated in early December, and therefore becomes automatically null and void. So therefore, I don't have, even though I would be technically on the other side of the table as the owner, there is no transaction anymore being contemplated or in effect. It's basically 100% legally terminated. If that helps clarify that question.
Sure. And then my real question is then, how often after those contracts expire do the parties then come together again and have a contract and renew the contract?
Almost never. In my 25 years in selling real estate, it's happened to me once.
Alrighty. No objection.
And I don't care either way. So I just want to be honest with everybody.
I'm fine with you participating.
Okay.
All right.
Great. With that, we will then hand it off to Kathy. Kevin, are you happy with that discussion? I want to make sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there's no existing relationship, no existing interest in the property.
Great.
All right. So it's an application for a new revocable encroachment permit simply because there was a previous revocable encroachment permit that was approved quite some time ago, and it kind of didn't get captured when there was a new revocable encroachment permit that was put into place in 2011. And because of the pending sale of this house, it was noticed that these two kind of were, it wasn't all wrapped up as it should have been. What should have happened was when the new encroachment permit was put into place in 2011, the encroachment permit from 1996 should have been mentioned or included. So those already approved, already existing encroachments would be then covered by the revocable encroachment permit in 2011. Also, in this whole time frame, the family that has owned the property since it was constructed, at some point established a trust and renamed the ownership, and that never got transferred. So the name is wrong on the encroachment permit that exists. So this is essentially a whole lot of housekeeping to get everything that has been approved in the past that is not at this point under discussion for being changed or modified in any way. It's simply to tidy it all up so that if another pending sale were to come up, this would then be transferred to whomever it is that purchases the property and have this encroachment permit already in place. Typically, if the encroachment permits are already in place and everything is up to par, they simply get transferred by staff.
to the new property owners at the time of sale. So since this had a few issues and it needs to be reworked, it's kind of being viewed as a whole new permit, if that all makes sense. And I know there's some few new faces on council, so if you have any questions about revocable encroachment permits in general, I'm happy to try to address those for you and kind of clear it up, hopefully.
Great, Kathy. Thank you very much. Kevin, I'm going to lean on you a little bit here. Do you think it'd be best hearing from Jim Mahoney, who is on representing the property owner, or questions from council first?
Probably let's hear from the applicant, and then if you have questions, they can come to both staff and maybe the applicant at that point.
Okay, great. Then, Jim, if you have anything to add, please fire away. And thank you for your patience. I know you were in the room earlier, and because we're all out of whack on timing, it didn't work for you to stay in the room.
That's all right. I try to be flexible on these days when I know you guys have town council hearings and I've got an agenda item. But I did need to run back to my office real quick. So, Kathy kind of summed this up. As when the property originally got under contract and we got a title commitment and we started looking at the revocable encroachment permits, we noticed an original permit from 96, a new permit for a different encroachment in 2011, then an assignment of that 2011 permit, but no assignment of the 96 permit. And then also the 96 permit was one of those kind of old, the exhibit was one of those old kind of hand-drawn surveys. So you can't really tell exactly what improvements were there. And we thought, hey, let's just clean this all up. Often happens when there is a pending sale. As Teddy mentioned, that sale fell apart. But we were already already kind of underway to try to clean this up. So we said, let's just get it cleaned up since the property is remaining under sale, or is still for sale, so that it's not a question going forward. And so really is just kind of a housekeeping item. There's no new encroachments. There's no change in the encroachments. But this will kind of clean it up for Public Works and the owner of this property. And kind of the nature of the encroachments are an old historic rock wall, and then kind of some of the stair and access to this property that goes through that old rock wall that was actually there prior to most of these homes on Gregory being constructed. So something that's exists for at least as long as I've existed in Telluride, and probably longer. And so just a housekeeping item, and I'd take any questions.
Great, Jimmy. Thank you very much. I will open up questions for council for either Kathy and or Jimmy. Man.
A couple questions. Kathy, like our policy with revocable encroachment permits has been to remove them as as sort of a process as people are constructing, you know, on their homes. And so I don't want to make the assumption that we're saying that this is different just because like we're doing like paperwork cleanup, catch up, but does it? And so I guess that's my question first and foremost, is because this is just paperwork and we're just cleaning things up for a sale, that's why we're not considering removing the permit?
Well, the current homeowner has expressed no desire to alter any element of their property. So we do like these to continue to transfer when the properties change hands, so that until the time comes that they do choose to remove or alter or update, whatever the case may be, the encroachment, we still have that coverage for the insurance side of things. And we still do, with the permit in place, the town still would have the option of requesting the homeowner remove it if it were to become problematic in any way, or, you know, say it was encroaching in an alley and we needed to do some major utility work in that alley. That would be a time that we as the town might say, hey, we've allowed you to have this encroachment, but now we need to access our assets. So works for both of those to continue to maintain these permits.
So then just to be clear, like if there's any, like if the new owner has like any improvements or construction on the property, this encroachment permit would then come back in front of us to be discussed, correct?
Well, the request is usually made first at the staff level. Usually it's noted at the HARC level review that there is a revocable encroachment permit on the property. And at that time, say, if they were reworking a patio or some such thing, HARC would make the request that they pull it back to their property line. Oftentimes, it's resolved at that level and it never has to come back in front of council. It would only be if the property owner chooses to pursue their,
the rights.
Their historic.
I think that's my just looking at the maps, like this looks very similar to a property that we removed the permit from on Colorado not too long ago. And I know that we've seen a number of these as we've kind of seen people reconstruct homes. And I just want to make sure that by doing this now, this is cleanup, but this doesn't remove the town's ability to take away that permit if there's construction on this property moving forward.
I believe this would maintain our ability to request them by keeping this in place until the time that
Perfect. Okay.
Great. Meehan, thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, and since Kevin, go ahead.
I just had a real quick question, just to make sure council has this. Kathy, can you confirm during the multiple owners from 96 to 2011 and then through present, have we been maintaining insurance coverage? Has the owner, whatever the owner is or whoever the owner was, have they been maintaining insurance coverage for the town?
They have, and it actually, as far as I can tell, has been the same actual people that own it. It's just been this transfer to a family trust from the original owners. I don't know how you would phrase that, but yes, they've been maintaining.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm
insurance.
that. And that's one of the benefits, probably the principal benefit of having an REP is that we get indemnification and insurance coverage. And I just wanted to make sure that during these transfers, and there were some lapses there, it appears, but during that time, there was never a lapse in the insurance coverage.
Not that I've noted. So I checked and it's current.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and Kevin, I have the current COI. I mean, I can't tell you that every year since 96 I've seen a COI because I was newly engaged on this, but I do have that current COI that names the town of Telluride on that, and I think I provided that to Kathy. So
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Last opportunity for council to comment. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this item? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a revocable encroachment permit REP 2505 for Hanson 2021 Family Trust to amend REP 2011-01 recorded under reception number 416775 and transferred under reception number 440065 to include an existing encroachment previously named under REP 1996-13 recorded under reception number 416775 for the benefit of the property generally described as 131 East Gregory and known as Lot D1R Hanson Small Scale Subdivision. Accommodation to replat of lots B Gregory Condominium C and D1, Block A Halls Addition, and Block B North Addition to Town of Telluride. What does REC mean? Recorded 12/31/2012, plat Block 1 PG 4572-4574 and declarations at 426351.
Second.
Great. I'll make a friendly amendment to the motion. That's plat book,
Book.
not block.
Block, sorry.
If you would accept that.
Yeah, that's great.
Being a realtor helps for that. We have, I believe it was a motion from Meehan and a second from Elena. Is that right? All right. Meehan, how do you vote?
Meehan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. Kathy, thank you very much for your time. Jimmy, thank you for being flexible today.
thank you guys. Bye.
That brings us to agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. And there are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority today, which brings us to agenda item number 10, Administrative Reports. We had started this one at 10:10 this morning, and we will hand it back off to Zoe.
Great. I'm going to start with our call outs, which would bring Lindsay Mills up, if you're ready, Lindsay, to do an update on our wayfinding, placemaking, and signage program. Obviously, this is information to date, and if things change in the coming weeks or months, then we will update you accordingly. But I think this update is still prudent, and I appreciate you coming to the table, Lindsay.
You bet. All right. Here we are. Okay. So thank you all. Just want to give you an update. This was delayed from our December meeting, but has generally all the same information aside from some new information about our proposal deadline. But priority 1 signage has gone to RFP, which is great. So during today's discussion, we'll go through the goals and the current state of the wayfinding, placemaking, and signage project. We'll do a brief project overview for the folks that maybe haven't seen any of this before. We'll discuss priority 1 signage, which will go into fabrication, is currently scheduled to go into fabrication and installation in the spring. The deliverables and the bid process we're in right now, a budget overview, and then the bid requirements and next steps for the project overall. And please don't hesitate to interrupt as you have questions throughout the presentation. Some of this, again, may be new information. So over the last 2 years, we've been working with a third-party vendor out of the Midwest, Guide Studio. They've been guiding us in the design and implementation processes of overhauling our entire wayfinding, placemaking, and signage project. We finished our phase 1 designs in the spring and are actually in the process of designing our phase 2 signage already. This is going to be a 5-year project, so this is scaled over a great amount of time, but we realized some negative details that are occurring in our wayfinding program as it currently exists. So Guide came to town. They were heavily involved with walking tours and really being involved in the space to help understand what our town is all about. The internal advisory committee consisted of a handful of department heads, Kira Skinner from the tourism board, a handful of their front desk folks popped in for a couple of our sessions as well, and then some business stakeholders in town as well. Current state of town signage. I love this photo because it actually leaves out 2 of the signs that are on this 1/2 block of the town of Telluride. If you can see this here, there are actually 10 signs on a half block across from the library. So the current state is clutter. And this is the biggest thing that we're trying to fix with phase 1, priority 1 signage. There's confusing and contradictory messages, multiple signs with overlapping or conflicting directions, rules, and destinations. Sign clutter in the public right-of-way is a big issue here. We have too many signs competing for attention and reducing the overall effectiveness of the program. We have a lack of consistency. Signage has been put up a little willy-nilly over the course of the last decade or 2, and managed by a handful of parties. It's not just been a town project to implement wayfinding. Telluride Arts had a wonderful hand in implementing some business signage years ago, but it's now outdated and it's time to get that all up to date. There's an unclear hierarchy of signage, so there's no clear distinction between what is vehicular signage versus pedestrian. It's all the same size, so that can lead to some confusion as well. We also have accessibility and readability challenges. We have inconsistent placement, sizing, and contrast, which reduces the legibility for all users. And then we have operational inefficiencies. Sign maintenance, replacement, and updates are time-consuming and fragmented and haven't necessarily been owned by one party in the town, so it has come into the purview of communications. So one of the biggest things that you'll see in priority 1 signage is overhauling our parking signage. I find that these signs implemented with a clear background in its space is a little more helpful than looking at what we'll see in a minute, which is against a white background. So when considering all of this signage that you're seeing on the right here, we're limiting these parking signs, which detail all of our details, whether it's paid, whether it's free, how to pay, the hours you're allowed to park, whether it's snow removal, if you're allowed to park there from November to April, what have you, all in this one sign platform. The only folks that need to know what parking letter is allowed to park there in the parking zone, we'll see just a letter. We don't need to detail that for tourists that don't necessarily understand our permit system, but our people that do understand permits only need to know what letter applies to that zone. So you'll see this has been pared down significantly, and we're planning right now for 2 of these per street block and 3 per avenue block. So you'll notice our avenue blocks are much longer than our north to south street blocks. This is, again, that kind of scary, shocking background of our vehicular wayfinding and parking signage. So this is all of our priority 1 parking signage. The color is much more muted than what you're seeing on this screen. It's even more muted on my screen than it is up there. So just want you to know that we will go through some details of our next steps with materials and color engagement in a minute here. But you'll see vehicular wayfinding signage is going to be sized differently than our on-street parking signage that you're going to want to reference as a pedestrian after you get out of the car. We'll be overhauling the Carhenge and Shandoka parking lot signage as well. You'll see a lot regulatory sign down in the bottom right, which is new since we last presented to you. The design team recognized that once you turn into Shandoka, that's when you need to know if the north or south side is closed for snow removal or not. So you don't need to necessarily know on the entrance sign. So we limited the number of messages you're receiving and made it a little more efficient. Additionally, in phase 1, we are including town park signage, which we're very excited about. We have a large gateway that will be going over the bridge that will help people that are coming up from the gondola to Pacific understand that if they're heading to a festival, all they need to do is turn right and head to Town Park. Additionally, we saw a lot of folks coming into Town Park thinking they were following the river trail, and that bogged down our info center. So helping with that directional to say this is Town Park, carry on forward for the river trail or turn left or right is going to assist there as well. You'll also see a handful of finger pointers that help direct folks to the restrooms, the new warming hut, and these will be seasonally interchangeable as well. Here is our overview of our town park priority signage. You'll see trail bollards, which would go along the river trail. Those will be overhauled and completely redone. Those finger pointers we mentioned with maps, and then our 2 gateway signs, that town park and campground sign will be closer towards the vehicular entrance, whereas that gateway is a pedestrian gateway. And then down here in this tiny corner is our overarching sign family. This is available online as well, and was reviewed in a council meeting in March, I believe, last year. But I'll relay that URL detail so you can look at the entire sign family. Again, as we go through the design phases, they'll be presented again to you for review. But our initial sign family is detailed here. As for the project overview, this is a multi-year wayfinding, placemaking, and signage program. It's community informed and a design-led system. It's supporting navigation and safety, multimodal travel, and then hopefully, as we see it, supports the historic character and sense of place in the town. The RFP that we released is seeking to identify a contractor for all phases of fabrication and installation, but they're submitting proposals right now through the end of the day, through noon on Friday, for phase 1 only, since those are the designs we'll be implementing right away. Just to give you an overview of our 5-year plan, in 2026, we have a $400,000 budget. The future phases are then implemented in an increase that is consistent with inflation. So you'll see a 3% increase year over year to account for the increased costs of signs. As we're seeing some of these RFPs roll in, we're looking about right on for our budget for our phase 1 installation and fabrication for 2026. Phase 1 completion target is going to be July 31st, 2026. Fingers crossed. What we're expecting from folks in our RFP process is engineering and shop drawings, fabrication of all priority 1 signage, delivery and installation. Our guide team will be on site to ensure that everything is installed where we're hoping for it to be installed. Of course, we have unforeseeable things like snow melt in sidewalks that we can't interfere with, but the team will be on site with our fabricator to install with our public works team and our parks team. This will be in coordination with Town and Guide. We'll be going through permitting, inspections, and utility locates with everybody, and then we'll have a minimum warranty of a year for every single sign that's installed. They'll be going through design drawings and understanding that they need to commute that to a construction drawing as well. and then going through final engineering, material selection, fabrication methods, installation means and methods, and then that visual intent that we have already gone through has to be maintained here. This is a kind of down and dirty priority one sign type overview. Again, vehicular directionals are going to go on the highway and town wide. You're going to see them mostly on major streets and byways where you have to make a decision on where to go to get free parking or where to go to get to historic downtown. Parking and on-street parking signage. So that's going to be all throughout our metered zone is our number one priority. Parking lot IDs and regulatory signage, and then that town park vehicular and pedestrian and trail bollards as well. Location plans are already done. They're available online. You can take a look at these. The entire RFP is on our Engage page for this project, but you can really see where we're working to reinstall signage and make sure that it's really clear throughout. And then our material and performance requirements are listed here as well. Bid requirements and evaluation criteria. I think the really interesting part here is that we'll be grading everything. So every single person that submits an RFP all those RFPs will be reviewed by Guide Studio and myself and our selection team. And then we'll be going through kind of a full scale grading report card. Next steps for the RFP selection and submittals. We bumped our proposal deadline from January 2nd to this Friday, January 9th. So those are due at 4 p.m. Our top ranked firm will be notified next Friday. And then we'll get going, which is very exciting because this has been 2 years in the making. And I think what you guys are most interested to hear is what we're doing for community engagement now that we've reached this point. So obviously we're here with our town council work session. Towards the end of January, we're expecting to see that priority 2 signage design intent to be complete, which we will then bring back to you all to take a look at. That's going to involve some additional vehicular wayfinding, some of our building IDs, the new Galloping Goose signage, which I'm very excited about.
That's my favorite.
It's so cute. We have a spinning goose on top, and it's just very clear bus signage. It's darling, and it just really maintains the vibe of the goose. And then in February, we're going to do a community engagement session with design and material samples. So as you look at that color palette that we saw a few slides back, you'll actually get to see and touch and feel what materials we're going to be working with. So you can see that this green, while scary on screen, is a very wonderful vinyl overlay and nice paint color that blends more than it does on screen. And then in April, we're targeting a size and scale representation installation. So this will be about one of every sign type. So we'll have a vehicular directional, a parking sign, one of our town park finger pointers installed in cheap materials. So this is a non-exact likeness, but it shows you the size and scale of each of these sign types. We'll have a QR code on there so folks can offer feedback if they feel it's too large or they don't want it in this spot or what have you. So that'll be up for a month before we go to full fabrication and cutting. So we'll have a full community engagement period to get feedback on those sign types and how people feel about those designs and sizes in space. And then May, phase 1 install begins, hopefully to wrap up by the end of July.
Awesome.
The URL for our Engage page is right here. Bit.ly's our short link /TOT for Town of Telluride wayfinding. The whole RFP package is on there. All of our previous design concepts are on there. The details about why we're doing this are on there. But if you have questions or have any clarifications or any input you'd like to have received, please email me, lmills@telluride.gov.
Awesome. And then one more time, that website for everybody.
So
Nice and slow.
engagetelluride.org, which is our favorite place for all of our project-based learning. But for this specific project, it's going to be bit.ly, bit.ly /TOT wayfinding.
Excellent.
Thank you, Teddy.
Lindsay, great job. Any questions from council on the progress that is being made? I'm excited for that look and consistency.
I can't wait to throw out a bunch of signs.
I'll just continue to call a spade in this community. This will be different for the town of Telluride. It will be an improvement and follows a lot of master planning and other solutions to problems that we've identified, but it will be a visible difference for the community. So I very much encourage everyone to get involved, have a look, and get familiar with it as it is coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say thank you, Lindsay. I think I was maybe one of the more reactive people to this initial project, and you've taken that feedback and really made it very appealing.
Thank you. And there's more changes to come based on what you originally saw in the Big Shock and Oscars. So just want to be really clear that your feedback is heard and will continue to be heard and taken into account. And our design team is beyond wonderful. I could not be doing this without them. So big props to Guide Studio, and we look forward to your continued feedback and participation in this program.
Awesome.
you
Lindsay,
guys.
Helping goose signs.
The goose signs are gonna be so cute. Thanks, you guys.
Lindsay, thank you so much. With that, we will hand it back to Zoe.
Great. And I will ask James and our representatives from Servitas to come up to give a Canyonlands update to council.
Great.
James Anhuser, Manager's Department, wanted to introduce Angel Rivera from Servitas to give us an update on the project.
Good afternoon, and thank you for welcoming me. Angel Rivera from Servitas, Executive Vice President. The Canyonlands project is proceeding after encountering a mix of obstacles. We've overcome all of the major barriers to progress, and we expect to see a lot of activity over the next 9 months. All permits are in hand, and the rents are still the same as when we started the project about a year ago. And I'm here to answer your questions regarding the project. Still 39 units, 3 townhomes for sale market rate, 8 condos for sale at discounted rates to locals. And then the balance of that will be 28 units for rent at a discounted rate with an average AMI of 125% from memory.
Great. I'll start. The first question that I have is, with some of the delays that you faced, has your completion date been altered?
Significantly. We expect the for rent product to be occupiable in August, probably late August, meaning that we expect to have folks moving in around Labor Day weekend, give or take a couple of weeks. And then the for sale product to lag about 2 months behind that.
Okay. And then just for the public to make sure, what year?
2026, this year.
Okay, just
Understood.
want to make sure
Yeah, that's a
everybody.
Very valid question. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from council?
Sure. I'll take this one. Can you just give us a little bit of context in the way you're running the site? We've had significant complaints from the public as far as the visibility. There have been a lot of standards that we have asked Servitas for as far as maintaining the site that have not been upheld. And so I'm wondering if you could give us a little bit more context as to why that wasn't able to be fulfilled. Sorry.
At the risk of I don't want to seem disrespectful. Can you be more specific about some of the specific standards that you're concerned about?
Sure. I mean, I think the site itself has been sort of poorly maintained. It's been messy at times. There's been trash all over the site. The fencing has consistently not been put up, even when our staff has requested that you put it up over and over and over again. It continues to not be put back in place. Gosh, what else? The pathways have not been maintained at a level in which our public think are safe. This is our first public-private partnership, and we are incredibly hopeful to continue to move forward in this direction in order to safeguard our constituents' financial assets when we're building our affordable housing. And this has not been a particularly pleasant experience, I think, for anyone involved. And we would like some feedback so that we can improve upon that for future projects.
And I'll add that the extra sensitivity to being at the entry and gateway to Telluride will have a higher level of scrutiny and therefore a high level of feedback from the constituents and us. I mean, it's noticed and we hear about it and its appearance and look and function and functionality and we only hope that it can improve. And two, that somehow you can meet your, what I feel is an aggressive timeline for completion.
Understood. So there are a lot of layers that's going into the appeal, so I'm gonna go one by one. Regarding messy and trash. I personally was unaware of this specific issue. Doesn't mean that people working on this project are unaware of it. Staff has certainly been very diligent in bringing problems to us on the way week to week. So what I commit to you is that we will review trash and mess standards with the construction team and make sure that we provide oversight and that we report back to staff as soon as possible on what changes are being made in order to address that going forward in the future. I was on site this morning and I did notice a can or something like that at the entry, which bothered the heck out of me too. I'm sure it's more than just a can, of course.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I'm not
ju-
talking about a can of soda. I
I'm-
mean, and I guess just for clarification, because you're saying that you weren't aware of it. I'm sorry, I'm going to kind of push a little bit on this because it's,
So-
we're getting a lot of pushback from the community.
so
When you say that you weren't aware, are you saying that our staff never told you about any of this? Or are you saying that your staff didn't elevate that to you?
I'm saying that my staff didn't elevate that to me.
Okay.
As the head of the organization, if we're wrong, it is somebody to stand here and take the heat. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
I do not have any complaints to lodge about your council or your staff or anybody on the federal side that I can think of at this moment. But I just want to acknowledge that I heard you and that I will make sure that we report back to staff on specifically messy and trash. The first two items you mentioned. The third one you mentioned was fencing. Fencing has been a challenge to us at a new scale in this project. Tulare has a very specific and clear requirement for effectively a visual barrier between the job site and the street. We've replaced that visual barrier 12 times on this project because it keeps getting vandalized at a cost of $37,000. That statistic is as of December 16th. Ahead of this visit, I asked my staff to send me pictures over the weekend and kind of some information about it, so I'd be ready to talk about it, and they did. And then we showed up this morning and they have been vandalized again. Speculation is a very dangerous thing to do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I do think some neighbors may dislike the visual barrier along the curve on Tomboy because it creates a blind spot. That does not justify vandalism, but it is what it is. We have doubled up the fence on most of the job site, a significant cost. So now we have fence, the visual barrier, and the second fence, which makes it much harder to vandalize. So that's reduced the incidents in the last 3 weeks. But we can't do that on the gates part of the site because the gates, move to be open and closed. And then B, we have some other parts of the site that we haven't done that yet, although we are looking to trying to add additional fence to do that. So that's been a unusual challenge for us. Just this morning, one of our staff members proposed maybe trying to put one of those circular mirrors. There's a tree in the opposite corner. So that way, if the issue is somebody's annoyed that they can't see across, they could have the visibility using the mirror across the street. There are rules to put mirrors on the street that I don't want to get into, but it might be one possibility. Another one could be just keep replacing the cover, which is what we've been doing up to this point. There is a sidewalk on the opposite side of the street, so people should be hopefully walking that way safely and not being exposed to any kind of danger. But part of the fun of Telluride is how walkable it is, so I also understand and sympathize. Not with the vandalism, but with wanting to have the visual clearance as they walk. But
And you're referring specifically along Tomboy, correct?
Yes, sir. I wasn't clear. I'm talking the southeast corner of Tower House on Tomboy. As Tomboy, you come south of Colorado and as it curves westward. If you're standing on the north-south part of Tomboy, you can't see across because it's a fence that is covered. And that seems to be not the only point, but the focal point of the vandalism. So I'm trying to give the vandal the benefit of maybe good intentions. Whether that's right or wrong, who knows? I'm speculating, as I said.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've offered, if you needed assistance, if there was vandalism, I've personally, and I think again, like I live next to this site, so I want to just have a caveat there, but I don't know the reason for the vandalism for pulling the fence down in the middle, which seems to be very consistent. But I think we can just let that be. But if you would like us to put cameras up, I mean, I think the HOA is more than happy to assist you in that, because I think it matters.
I think we'd welcome that. Well, we have security cameras on site. We go out of our way to record our site. We're looking for theft and breakings, not record the sidewalks or the neighbors, because
Mhm.
it'd be awkward. So we don't have good eyes on what happens beyond the site and just outside of the fence, particularly with the screening. It's exactly out of our line of sight, usually for our cameras. So I think we welcome the.
But you see people pulling the fence down? Sorry, not to, I'm just gonna.
I mean, we know we put it up.
Mhm.
I get pictures that it was put back up.
Mhm.
Because we hear from staff that, hey guys, we have another complaint about the fence, and we get the invoice
Mhm.
for the new fence, and then it gets torn down again. So
Okay.
sure, I don't have a video of somebody tearing the fence down.
Okay.
I do not have.
Okay.
Any other questions in regards to Canyon Lands or Tower House?
I think if council doesn't, I'll just make a comment. You know, obviously the town has a focus on affordable housing and we have many affordable housing projects in the future. I hope Servitas and your subcontracts, BCC, are learning the lessons of the town of Telluride. It is a more complicated construction environment than lots of other standard communities because we are so small and every little impact has a big impact in our community. I think a good example was we had a construction vehicle blocking the roadway during our rush hour of school that caused absolute mayhem. And that's how simple things can have such big impacts here. And so I think lessons learned and, you know, what council is hearing are things that you're learning from and improving upon as the project continues and into the potential future as well.
Yes, we are. We recognize that it is a privilege to work in such a special and sophisticated community, small but sophisticated community, or small and sophisticated community. And there are many opportunities to learn and to do better. And you have my word and my commitment that it is never our intent to cause any discomfort or add stress to the lives of our citizens. On the contrary, we want nothing more than to do something very special here, very good, to build a quality project that will serve residents for a long time to come. And that if the construction process has been more stressful than any of us wished, and I share your concerns. I certainly apologize for that, and want to make sure that you know that we are committed to doing the best we can and trying to keep improving. And we welcome this type of constructive criticism, constructive feedback that leads to better partnerships and helps us better serve you and your citizens.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great. Thank you very much for your time and summarizing it, and then James setting this up. Unless there's any other comments or feedback, we'll keep moving. And we also appreciate you were in the back of the room for a while and we were delayed, and thank you for hanging and staying in person to give us that update and to listen to our feedback. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Council.
With that, I'll hand it back to Zoe.
Great. And then our last call out will be Hayden with our rental housing policy execution update. This is our standard cadence for the regular updates that we have been getting. I just want to remind council, we were doing a full work session on the look back of our first year of implementation of the rental housing policies in February. But through this, and I'll let Hayden introduce it, if council does have any feedback on what they want to see at that February meeting, after Hayden gives a rundown, please make sure to communicate that so we are best prepared to provide council what they need.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Like Zoe said, this is kind of a brief update leading up to the big one in February, but there are some things I wanted to update you guys on as we continue to go through this every month. So first, obviously, staff is continuing to do renewals. 6-month and 2-year leases are not normal, but they are happening still. On vacancy, there are currently 36 vacant units, 6 more than the last update, but 10 new ones and 4 came off. So they are ebbing and flowing. It's important to note that we didn't offer any units in the last few weeks of December, leading to the buildup because in December, all folks moved out, hence the new buildup of units. In October, we did the change where we did the multiplier adjustment that led to 124 households receiving potentially getting reductions. We're still waiting for some folks to return that, so not everyone has gotten it yet. but we are hopeful that we'll see a lot of those come back to us. Staff is also tracking how many total renewals were in 2025, how those were distributed across the 6-month, 12-month, and 2-year leases. And then again, we're trying to observe how many folks didn't get back to us with those reductions. We sent a lot of emails out. I personally went door to door and put them on everyone's units. So we're hopeful that people will capitalize on this reduction for them. In the last meeting, we discussed separation and tenant movement, trying to figure out why people are leaving their units. So we did finally finalize the survey. It has been going out. So in the February update, we're hoping to compile all that data and present why people are leaving their units in different degrees of why they're leaving. Typical questions could be purchased a home, left the R1 school district, found other housing locally, the policies affected them, employment changes, or personal reasons. And like I said, this has been in the works, but it is now officially live. So everyone who's been leaving the last few months, we've gone back, actually been sending them emails with the link to be able to do that survey online. Then looking ahead, the hope in February is to bring to you guys the total renewals, what the rent reductions look like, how many people missed doing their rent reductions, separation trends and survey results, and then just overall stats on how the policy has been implemented. It's more of a look back instead of a conversation how we're going to change things, but more just how things have worked in the last calendar year. So with that, I'll take questions for this data or what you want to see in February. So let me know.
Awesome, Hayden. Thank you very much. I'll start with a quick question because I know hot topic for me lately. Just to reiterate for the listening public, the 36 vacant units, the number that are some type of being rehabilitated versus the turnover, I think would be helpful for people to understand. I just don't want people to just focus on that 36 number because that's a big hot topic for our community.
Yep. And so I actually glanced over that note. So there are 17 units that are currently available for renting and 19 are currently in the unit turn status. We've been actively going through the wait list. We actually removed about 40 in the last month or so, which leaves between 280 and 300 on the wait list. We revamped how we're offering units. So we're trying to offer it in succession because there's such a delay when you offer a unit, you wait, they say no, they need to start the process over again. So we're trying to get out to more people congruently to try to speed the process up. Obviously, 36 units is a lot, but again, of that, only 17 are actually truly available. And most of them actually have pending offers or been rejected, and then we're offering them again to somebody else.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Dan, I see your hand up.
Thanks. Yes, the data I would still really love to see in that presentation is comparative in number of turnovers between the update prior to the update in the rental policies and after. I feel like my anecdotal experience is that we have seen a huge increase in people choosing to leave our affordable housing because of these policies, and I would like to look more closely at that data in whatever form we have. Thank you.
We utilize Yardi as a software for us, and we're setting up a meeting with them to help with the software because the software does have some possibilities of doing these things. So the data could be there, but we just need a little more help from them on how we can utilize the software. So that's being set up for the next coming weeks so our staff can get more trained on the software we already have.
Great.
Thanks. I would also just encourage you to reach out to the previous THA directors, both of whom are still in our community, both Melanie Wasserman and Dave Johnson as well, and try and get some of their history and expertise in that as well if we are unable to get our current data.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Maria?
Yeah, for when you do the survey of why somebody has left, is there a way to have more information from, because personal could be anything like, I don't feel this is financially sustainable for me. And so is there a way to either have that be open-ended or more detailed?
I think it is a fill in the blank option on the other. We're trying to also categorize so when you export the data, there's at least more just congruency on where the data lines up. Because if you have a bunch of others, then you have a bunch of data sets.
Yeah.
But I do believe the other is an open-ended ability to fill it in. There's also a last question of anything else you want to tell us about why you're leaving. We're trying to make it to where it's not as cumbersome for folks to fill a bunch of stuff in, because if it's too much, they won't do it. Because we already have a survey that goes out after meetings. We see very little response on those.
Yeah.
So the goal is that when they're leaving, in between getting their deposit back and then moving out, this is kind of that be able to stop time to reach them. But the goal is to have it as easy as possible to have the highest turn rate on the surveys.
Yeah. Great, thanks.
Any other questions for Hayden? Seeing none. Hayden, thank you very much.
Is there anything else you guys want to see? Because I've listed some things that we'll bring in February, but I know there's a lot of things. Anything else on top of your guys' minds that you want to see in the data sets for February?
I'd like to maybe see what you present like on paper, because I do feel like I need to like look at it after the meeting as well, just to kind of process and digest it again.
So just to reiterate, the current memo that you're reading from to distribute that to council.
Perfect.
No. And we also might need to give you feedback after that presentation when it gets a little more detailed. We might have some further thoughts, Steve, but I think it's just so important to explain to the listeners, what we're doing and, how hopefully responsive, we are and getting better. And one more chance before we take Hayden off the hot seat. Hayden, thank you very much.
Oh, wait, Maria, do you have one?
Yeah, I mean, just a sort of continuation of, well, since January is going to be an unusual month, if there's some special questions about, or not special, but just, is it because of, the current crisis?
It might be a little easier too, because we do know their employer. So we know our tenants' employers and who they work for. So there could also be some kind of assumptions made. We can ask that pointed question to them because we know where they work.
And I have to remind myself what the survey says, but there could be certain elements that fall into that category.
Employment changes is one of the questions we ask. Obviously, we don't specify who you worked for in the survey, but if somebody who worked for the employer who they're being let go from, we'd be able to then know, okay, if it's an employer problem, we can connect those dots pretty easily.
Yeah.
Great. Hayden, thank you very much. Zoe will hand it.
Great. That was all the call outs. So I will go quickly through the manager's report. I feel like I haven't actually done a manager's report in a while. I don't know. So from the communications team, merchant meetings. So the town's 2026 merchant meeting calendar is now live on the town's website. So all of these meetings are open to the public and all business owners, representatives are encouraged to attend. They're not limited to lodgers, restaurants, retailers, bars, venue, nonprofits. Literally anybody who owns a Telluride business license is encouraged to come. The next merchant meeting is Tuesday, February 10th at 1 p.m. And this will be right here in Rebecca Hall, Council Chambers. And all recordings and presentations are available at bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS. So please go there. And I'm going to keep saying this to our businesses, and this is just a communication in general. Your business license email might not be your most direct email contact. All businesses, it's very easy to go online, go scroll to the bottom to the town news, and you can sign up for business communications. You can reach out to Lindsay if you have trouble, and you can also go to the merchant meeting webpage. So I really encourage everyone to sign up so the information gets to them in the most direct way possible. That is beneficial to them. I will skip wayfinding, placement, and signage because we know all about that now. Thank you, Lindsay. I do want to just touch on, we didn't talk about this morning, but the community activities, parking, and holiday programming update. So during the holiday week and resort closures, town staff coordinated and promoted a range of community activities, parking accommodations, and business support measures to encourage residents and visitors to enjoy Telluride. Parks and Rec offered free family-friendly recreation opportunities on the Hanley Rink, We did a pajama skate on Saturday, December 27th from 1:30 to 3 p.m. And it was very well attended. We had free hot chocolate available that our staff dished out. And I think that one had over 100 participants. Then we had our glow skate on Wednesday, December 31st from 1:45 to 3:45. And that had just under 300. I think it was like 250 people. I don't know if council went.
Amazing.
I went by. It was awesome. And also like, I'm not going on the ice. Like it was great. And we're going to continue to look at, those potential programs into the next, coming weeks as well. Because it's very easy and our staff really enjoyed having a theme skate. Open skate is always there. And so having a theme to it, is very easy and, really brought a lot of the community together. I think superhero is our next one. Mainly because my boys have 1 million superhero costumes. So, and like I said, both of these events had complimentary hot chocolate provided by Coffee Cowboy, and the skate rentals were available through the Telluride Nordic Center. We did make, again, that free, but the rentals were not free, and they did very well during that. We had free open gym opportunities on Monday, December 29th and Tuesday, December 30th at the intermediate school. So we opened that up. And we encouraged the walking, biking, and transit use during the due to limited parking to near Town Park, and promoted free rides to on the Galloping Goose. For free parking, we to support local businesses and reduce barriers to visiting downtown. Parking was offered free throughout town, including Silverjack Parking Garage on Friday and Saturdays through January 3rd, and that was 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Standard parking regulations otherwise remained in effect, and the town coordinated with merchants to promote extended evening shopping hours, and many retailers stayed open until 8 p.m. on those days. And again, we're continuing to look at that coordination efforts throughout this time. Next, I have to give a shout out to our New Year's community celebration. And I'm sure maybe Teddy has some things to add, but we hosted our New Year's Eve celebration on Wednesday, December 31st. The Main Street Street Dance. We had live music from the first time with DJ Wombat and a midnight countdown and fireworks display. Staff coordinated the street closures, public safety planning, and communications to support safe and festive event. I don't know who was there, but it was wonderful.
I'll just add in that I really appreciate Amanda and her time on New Year's Eve and coordinating the event, and Stephanie Jacquet's help in changing the scope of the event a little bit, and everyone else that worked New Year's Eve for the town of Telluride to make that event happen. I'll be honest, I didn't know what to expect in terms of crowd size and, for lack of a better word, vibe. And it was incredible. I mean, 2,500 people, 3,000 people. I mean, it was a big, big number. And I think, as far as I know, and I hope I'm not saying anything incorrect, but relatively incident free. And
Relatively, yep.
Relatively, yeah.
No severe incidents.
Which I was, concerned about that as well, but it was, I think a time that people could hopefully have a little fun and distraction for an hour.
I mean, I think like Parks and Rec deserves accolades for everything that they stepped in and did at the last minute in order to ensure that the people that were coming into the destination had alternative activities to things on the mountain. And I mean, I don't think that just saying something in this meeting is quite enough, but like, thank you to Stephanie and Amanda and that entire team for going above and beyond for the entire destination.
Kurt and his team, and
And Kurt, yeah, I mean, like the whole team.
Everybody.
Everybody at Parks.
Appreciate that. Really appreciate that, man. And I will make sure that gets to staff. Communications and outreach. So information on holiday programming, parking, and events was shared through the town communication channels, including the town website, social media, to provide clear, consistent updates to residents, businesses, and visitors, which we will continue to do. Telluride Ski Resort updates are being made through the Telluride Tourism Board peak sheet every Wednesday moving forward. So urgent developments will continue to be relayed as they are received. And I know we had a comment of this earlier. We are not privy to all of the information. We get a lot of information, whether it's all accurate or timely, we aren't sure. So we will only provide information as directed through those official channels, which we will then roll up into that peak sheet and provide to the community as we see fit. But in no way are we going to be sharing any information without it coming through those channels. So everyone's aware. And we will continue to monitor the community needs and coordinate programming, communications, and operational support as the conditions evolve, which we have discussed. From our sustainability department, we just wanted to provide a weatherization reminder. So winter temperatures are setting in, and town's sustainability staff reminds residents who have electricity accounts with San Miguel Power Association that there are 2 different financial opportunities available to help reduce bills and energy use from heating and appliances. So SMPA offers rebates on equipment ranging from smart thermostats to electric induction stoves. And they also provide energy audits, which is a very cost-effective way for residents to save money on their electric bills. Tri-State Energy is also offering a new on-bill repayment program through SMPA. This program allows residents to access low-interest financing for improvements like more efficient windows and doors, new electrical appliances, and they can pay those over time as part of their monthly electricity bills. So information on these programs can be found at SMPA homepage, which is smpa.com, under the Energy tab. Also, I know council's very interested, so we have the geothermal pre-feasibility and scoping study. This is now completed by Gray Edge Group, the technical firm based in Utah that has been working communities throughout the Rocky Mountains and Colorado. The results of this study are currently being analyzed, and initial signs are positive for a potential multi-source geothermal system in the project area of town-owned properties in the southwestern part of Telluride. But more to come on that. I know everyone's like so excited about that.
I know Elena and
No,
I are. We
genuinely,
actually are very, very, very
Oh,
excited about it.
it's very exciting, and I also want to give very much credit to our sustainability team and our special projects team, including Lance. We are innovative in this, and I know Telluride likes to be innovative, but very much so in this. We are beating the market.
Yeah,
And
this is
I think
really
this is one of the most
Cutting
exciting
edge.
things
Yeah.
that we're doing right now. Sorry, Ellen and I both just like nodded and smirked at each other because
Yeah.
we're so excited about
Yeah.
it. But
It's very cool.
and Lance, thank you.
Yeah.
And Darren, wherever you
Darren,
are.
and the entire I mean, we have an entire community of people that
Yeah.
are incredibly excited about geothermal
Yeah.
and are all like working towards this with us. And that's amazing
Yeah.
to have that kind of community support behind a program that we're doing.
For housing development, I'm going to skip our Canyonlands Tower House update because we got a in-depth one. Chandoka Building F Phase 2. This project is complete. So Community Services Department is now handling the lease ups and occupancy, with phase moved in to reduce impacts. So congratulations to James and team on completing that. For Virginia Placer phases 2A and 2B, for 2A, construction is underway, about 21% complete, and 2B is still in value engineering and progress. So the completion date for 2A is September 2026. For our Car Hinge redevelopment project right now, we are still looking at our completing the conceptual PUD and preliminary subdivision applications. I think we're holding off on exactly that timeline to bring it to planning and zoning for initial work session, and additional public engagement for Lot L, Alternative 2, until the community is more available for those discussions and the timing is right. But still very much at top of mind, and we're continuing to work through that scope. From our clerk's department, business license renewals are due by January 6th. That's today. To avoid late penalties, renewals should be submitted online through MuniRevs. For short-term rental licenses, renewals should be submitted through Rentalscapes. Liquor licensing takeout permits. So the state of Colorado adopted temporary COVID-19 emergency regulation 47-1101, takeout and delivery, as a permanent regulation. The permanent regulation has some changes. All permanent holders are required to comply with state and local laws. Licensing clerk Rutherford mailed a summary of local and state regulations to all permit holders, specifically related to vessels, seals, and dispensing, and permit holders are encouraged to review these requirements carefully with their staff. Do you have any questions on that? For community services, the Chandoka Building F Phase 1 boiler and hot water system. If you remember at Phase 1, the boiler repairs are complete. That was completed during the week of December 8th. Boiler installation is complete. The system is operational and tenants have returned to their units. A quote for piping installation has been received and is currently under review, and we to complete the project in its entirety. Silverjack Parking Garage. So work at Silverjack Parking Garage continues to progress. The parking payment equipment demolition has been completed. So if you remember, we had the gate that did not work, and so that has all been removed as we have now worked to for Park Mobile. And the remaining bollards are scheduled to be removed this week, after which curb painting will occur. And I don't know if I'm going to put you on the spot, Hayden, or not, but Silverjack Parking has increased its usage pretty. Go ahead. I feel like this is a good update.
Yes. So after lots of discussion of Silverjack underperforming this last year in 2025, we're on track to hit like 90% of our budget for Silverjack, which is one of the better years. And you can actually see through summertime how we've actually exponentially grown the revenue stream for Silverjack. So early in the year, it was underutilized and it's continuing to grow. So people are using Silverjack more and more. And so we are on track to actually have it be sustainable. So that is the Silverjack update.
Asset essentials. So I know we've talked about this, but this is a great evolution for the town. We are putting all of our facilities, equipment, whether it's in town facilities or rental facilities, as well as parks utilizes this. But we are implementing that and helping create weekly preventative maintenance schedules. And this supports routine cleaning and inspections, pedestrian visibility mirrors. Oh, there you go for that. For Silverjack, pedestrian visibility mirrors for the garage exit have been received and are scheduled for installation next week. So we had a comment at the Silverjack HOA meeting that they would like to see visibility mirrors in and out of the parking garage. And so those have been ordered and will be installed. For parking meters, the new Patagonia parking meter has been installed. Removal of the existing meter required assistance from Public Works and was completed using a cutting torch. Additional parking meter work is scheduled to resume in the coming weeks. We had for historic preservation planning and building, just quickly, we had our comprehensive plan update. Obviously, to learn more, continue to look at bit.ly/TOT comp plan. For staffing, we got to meet David today, which is a very exciting part of the team. And recruitment is still in progress for our senior historic preservation planner. And in the interim, we are utilizing a historic preservation consultant from Logan Simpson, who is assisting with 1 to 2 HARC application reviews per month. And then we have just completed our recruitment for a building inspector, which is well in advance of our staff transition in April of 2026. Let's skip the rest of those. For Parks and Rec, the facilities and maintenance, and I really do want to highlight for the manager's report, I know you all read it very thoroughly, but there are great photos in there of the events that were held by Stephanie and team, so please have a look at that. But for facilities and park maintenance, all town park facilities are very heavily used during the holiday weeks prior to and during the resort closure, including the Hanley Rink, Sledding Hill, Nordic Trails, and playgrounds. The Hanley Rink is open for the season and the weekly schedule is available online. So please go to the town website. Nordic Trails and Town Park are open and groomed daily, and the grooming status is also posted online. The outdoor ice rinks, so as of today at 9 a.m., the rink at the volleyball courts is now open, free to the public, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily, and we'll transition to open hockey once the core area rink opens for public skating. And let's see, the warming hut and restrooms are open for public use, and the Nordic Center in Town Park is open daily from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then I think to wrap it all up, there's not too much from Public Works at the moment, just continuing our street maintenance, snow and ice operations, which unfortunately have been limited because there's not much snow, but just as a reminder, snow operations begin daily at 3 a.m., continue through 5 p.m. with on-call personnel for after-hours emergencies. For the daily snow removal schedule, go to bit.ly-TOT streets around 5 p.m. daily and sign up for text notifications by texting SNOW to 38276. And if you want to sign up for all town text notifications, you just text Telluride to 38276. And then my final update is the emergency Stillwell fill pipeline replacement. So the Stillwell water line project remains in the construction phase. We were hoping to get it complete before the winter months, but with some schedule adjustments due to delays in delivery of the required rockfall fence, a lot of that work is now going to be postponed until spring of 2026. But we will monitor it for our winter use, and our public works team is on it. With that, does anyone have any questions?
Any questions for Zoe? All right, Zoe, thank you. Great job. That brings us to administrative report, item 10B, and that is for Kevin Geiger, attorney reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple things I'll just briefly mention. I think council's aware of both. So this is meant more for the public, but for council it might be a refresher on both of these. The first one is resolution of a lawsuit that's been ongoing for about 15 months now. Just at the end of the year, on December 31st, we did receive an order from District Court Judge Mary Degenhart awarding the town all of our attorney fees and costs for the ballot question 3A litigation. You may remember that was from the November 2024 election. So again, about 15 months to get that resolution all the way through. There was a hearing that occurred in April, but the town was successful in getting an award of our attorney fees on that case. I would also note that attorney fees were awarded to the town of Mountain Village as well as to SMART, but the amount of the requested attorney fees is in dispute. So the court has set for those two entities a future hearing, but for our attorney fees, they were not disputed and they've been awarded. So brief update on that one. And then just a reminder, council's aware of this, but for everyone else, we're going back to the Colorado Supreme Court next week. The oral argument on the Butcher Creek PUD litigation will occur on Wednesday, the 14th of January at 10:15 in the morning. That'll be at the Ralph Carr Building in downtown Denver. I will send out to council before Wednesday the link if anyone wants to watch those live proceedings occur. Again, 10:15 Wednesday, the 14th of January. And we're looking forward to presenting our case to the Colorado Supreme Court. That's it. Thank you.
Great, Kevin. Thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item 10C, council reports. Mario, we'll start with you because you're all the way right, but also fill you in at the same time of what a council report is. And basically what that is it gives council members the chance to give a summary of typically the commissions and boards they sit on as the liaison. And so if you have anything to report, it's a quick summary. If not, it's just a pass.
Pass. Haven't had a meeting that I was the primary for yet.
Yep. And then we'll go in the room first to Elena.
Yeah, I'll try. We've had a few meetings that we haven't done this, so I'll try and not get too in the weeds. But I'll start with Hark. Really kind of just touching on the ones that I think are important for everyone to kind of have awareness of. The San Juan Village development, which is the one like across from Clark's, like by the field for the high school, that did get a conditional approval. There was a lot of discussion around, that lot, kind of like the Canyonlands lot being the entry to town. And so the board really pushed to have that front corner pushed back from the street to just have a really gentle entry into town. And so that was finally approved with that condition, one alteration. But and then another interesting thing from the last Hark meeting was there was an amendment for a COA on 214 South First. So this is a mixed commercial residential kind of across from the transfer warehouse with those where Harold's house was. And so they are making some amendments to the approved design that have changed a little bit of the presentation of that design. So they're going to continue that and see it at the next meeting. But that felt like a kind of a very visible lot that is having some changes from an approved design. So, and the applicant is is proposing a phased building process, which isn't necessarily like, not allowed, but it's a little different from the way that it was approved. It was approved as one project. And so that's an interesting one that I think was just worth getting a call out. I have more notes, but you can ask me as needed. Okay, so for CASE, we're about to have our CASE grant allocation meeting tomorrow. So I'll probably have a bigger update then. And then for CAFE, just updating everyone that we had a great Papa Noel event. There was lots of turnout. Our council member in Mountain Village, Rick Gomez, was Santa, which was fun. Just kind of updating the community that the UNIDOS Fund through CAFE has good reserves. And I know we're entering into a rough time for the community. And so anyone who might need some assistance in our immigrant community should look into the UNIDOS Fund. I believe you can access that on our website. It's a pretty simple application, and the parameters for those funds are pretty broad. So that's a great place to go if you kind of just need general assistance or something that doesn't traditionally fit into some of the other grant funding mechanisms. Just know that there are funds there, and please go to the CAFE website or reach out to one of our trusted CAFE members to connect you with the application for the UNIDOS Fund. And I think that's all I have.
Great. Eleanor, thanks very much. I'll chime in. One thing I forgot to mention about New Year's Eve, I'd also like to thank the Telluride Fire Department for lighting off the fireworks, which is a really special part of that. And so Surfer Dan and the Telluride Fire Department, thank you as part of the New Year's Eve celebration on Main Street. In addition, thank you to San Miguel County for allowing the production staff of a couple people, myself and Amanda, the ability to get warm inside, even though it wasn't super freezing. So I wanted to, I forgot about those two things, so just wanted to mention it. Only other updates I have is in both things will change probably a little bit in the coming months, but everything revenue-wise and operation-wise at the Telluride Airport seems to be doing pretty well. Obviously, the first quarter might be different, and a lot of our discussion at the Telluride Foundation level was, about the current ski area situation, in addition to the special funds that were put out for the community. That's about it. I'll be brief, and I'll hand it.
I mean, most of my committees have been the Tourism Board and Colorado Flight Alliance, all of which I think we've been hearing from quite a bit at this point. So I'm just going to kind of, we have a SMART meeting this week, and I'll report on that in our next meeting. But I don't think it's necessary for me to repeat what we've heard all day today.
Great, Mean, thank you.
Oh, I just realized I should probably talk about Housing Authority as well, because Geneva's not with us anymore.
Wait, she's not here in the room anymore.
Sorry. Oh my God. So we have a lottery coming up for 3 units. And we at SMRHA talked about amending our application to not require a notary for employee verification. So we're kind of trying to make that process easier for people.
I talked to Ally. Apparently that was already in place before we took that vote, that
Oh,
she's making that
great.
change.
Okay. So that seemed to be a difficult thing for some applicants to overcome. So you do not need to have those employee verifications notarized. So hopefully that makes the application process a little bit easier. So that lottery should be happening at the end of the month, I believe, January 29th. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think that's
hey,
right.
Lindsay,
Yeah.
when's the lottery?
Oh,
Lindsay,
geez.
when's the lottery?
January 31st.
31st. Okay. So January 30th. We
It's
both-
January 30th, everybody.
There. Yeah.
Do not wait to the last second to get your applications in. There's a lot of work that you need to put into it. So start now.
Appointment will be full on the 16th also, so go there.
Yeah. And then we have a few more units that will be in a lottery. We don't have a date set for that yet, but kind of in the near future. So if you weren't able to get your application in time for this one, or if you don't end up getting a unit from this, please stay tuned in to that, because it's exciting that we have a handful of units coming up. Yeah.
Great. Thank you for adding that. We will now go to our council members online. I'll start in my upper left corner with Kristen Permakoff, if you have anything to add.
Last night, I attended the open space meeting. The main topic of conversation was camping discussion in Zone 1, mostly to try to address moving forward how we could rehabilitate some of that area, and while we still offer it for camping, because it's always been allowable for camping for Bluegrass and Blues and Brews. And for the upcoming event in August, the EDM event, they will allow Zone 1 camping, but there will be limitations on that agreement. So, for instance, they won't be allowed to have a late night party at the waterfall. There were some restrictions on there. I kind of had to leave the meeting about an hour and 45 minutes into it. But Myra, you were listening to you have anything to add to that? That was basically it, right?
Yeah, you got it.
All right,
Okay.
great.
And that's
Kristen?
all. And then there's some upcoming things this week that Teddy, I'll connect with you on, because I'll have to attend on Zoom if I can.
Great, Kristen. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Yep.
Well, thank you for participating in the meeting today via Zoom. I know it's challenging for you, so thank you for
Yeah,
that.
sorry. Thank you.
And then Ashley will hit you up for any updates that you have.
I don't have anything, because I am similar to me, and we've got SMART coming up and some other stuff, so I won't do transportation. But I did have a museum board meeting a couple weeks ago now. And that was just a typical board meeting. One kind of interesting thing that we're discussing to kind of piggyback on the wayfinding stuff that Lindsay's taken on is the museum is looking into doing kind of a self-guided walking tour through town. So we're kind of exploring how that would work, probably with, utilizing some QR codes at historic homes and spots so that people could, as they walk around town, be able to get a little bit more of the knowledge of our historic town. So that was kind of an interesting conversation. Not a huge amount else to report. Yeah, as we get into the new year, I'm sure I'll have more with the other boards I sit on, but nothing new right now.
Great. Ashley, thank you very much. Hope you get back to 100% quickly and how you feel. And with that, Dan, you're up.
Thanks, not much from me either. End of the year, couple meetings canceled, and just a decent holiday break. So no updates to provide. Thank you.
Great. And Dan, also to you, I hope you feel better as well. I know both of you have been under the weather. Seeing that gets us to agenda item 10D, related organization reports, unless something new came in. Tiffany, none, right? And then as usual, comments on your comment on payments, please provide those via email. Brings us to agenda item number 11, Telluride Housing Authority. And there are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority. Agenda item number 12, there is no executive session. Brings us to adjournment by mutual consent. Thank you very much, everybody, for today.
Aye.
All the people who participated, especially in a very tough start in the morning. And that's it.
Have a
Feel
good
better,
day,
you
y'all.
guys.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Talk soon.